Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and I am doing a recording on October 12th. I will be releasing this on all my channels, 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all those channels. If you like the content that I do, please help support the work by sharing the links, making sure you subscribe. You can also follow me on X, GETTR, Substack, TikTok, and Patreon. So there's many modalities that you can use to help support the work and watch the content that I create. This is all free. I have thousands of videos for free talking about the news, the markets, even scientific endeavors. So please help support the work. If you like the content, share the links, ask your social media to follow me, help support the work by donating on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel, Substack, or even buy me a coffee. But it's through the donations and the ones that subscribe to Patreon and Substack that help support the free endeavor that I do to help inform the public. So please help support the work and make sure you subscribe. And better yet, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ebooks. I have 8 different ebooks about finance, about economics, endocrinology, AI, also genomics. So I've written a lot about different subjects. In addition, please take my advice and follow the protocol, the health protocol, to help slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. And I have lecture series on pulmonology and immunology, so you can learn a lot about those subject matters and reduce that power density between your doctor and yourself. By knowing more about how the body works, the better you can take charge of your health. So it's really important to sign up for those classes. Those classes are only $50. You get lots of PDFs, lots of videos. You learn a lot about immunology and pulmonology. So take a look at those course materials that I have. In terms of the products, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver soaps. These soaps you're going to need for the fall and the winter season. A lot of people are not feeling well right now, and it's really important to boost up that immune system and take products that will help you weather the fall and the winter season. Get the structural nano silver soaps. You can get it in lavender, in peppermint. You can also get it in charcoal tea tree and lemongrass. Very high quality structural nano silver soaps. Use them year round, but especially during the fall and the winter season. Get a few bars for your household. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Another really important item that you should be getting for the fall and the winter season, but you can use it all year round, is the structural nano silver toothpaste. All right, get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your household. It's made from structural nano silver, and what it'll help to whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, reduce the inflammation at the gum line, and help with the gum line health. And this will help to neutralize. Super important, especially during the fall and the winter season. Please go to my store, get a few tubes of this toothpaste. It's the best toothpaste that you're going to be able to get. It has no fluoride. It has structural nano silver, very high quality. Again, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Let's go to Fox News talking about Hamas could reportedly free living hostages before Trump's arrival in Israel.
No doubt. I mean, listen, we're celebrating here. There's going to be peace in the Middle East. It's an amazing day. We're going to be covering this all morning long. The hostages back to their families, the bodies of hostages, so their families can finally give them a dignified burial, and then people returning back to their homes. What's left of
that split screen right there.
This is an amazing.
Of 2 live views, one of Tel Aviv and one in Gaza. Live 3:02 in the afternoon there, and all the activity on the right, that would have been completely just smoldering rubble with nobody walking around a week ago.
It's the will to live and the will to live in peace. And it's just a remarkable, Donald Trump is just the most remarkable figure. This would not have happened without him.
Well, and with that, let's go to Steve Harrigan. Thousands of Israelis celebrating this morning while the people of Gaza start making their way home as President Trump is set to visit the region today to submit the historic ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas.
Steve Harrigan is live in Tel Aviv with those details. Hey, Steve.
That's right. The Trump team already on the ground here. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, as well as Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, having some emotional meetings with family members of some of the hostages. Then they addressed a massive crowd out in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv overnight. More than 100,000 people coming out to hear Witkoff say that this agreement is basically a miracle and an act of courage.
Tonight, we celebrate something extraordinary, a moment that many thought was impossible. Yet here we stand, living proof that when courage meets conviction, miracles can happen. A peace born not out of politics, but out of courage. You've prayed, you've persevered, and you've shown the world that peace is not weakness.
There's been a lot of speculation about when the 20 living hostages could be released by Hamas. Right now, Israeli officials say they still expect that to happen on Monday, but they are monitoring all developments. We could see some truly emotional reunions between family members and hostages who have now been held for more than 2 years.
Today, we stand at a pivotal moment. The deal is on the table. We finally feel home. But we cannot and would not stop now. Every single hostage must come home, the living and the deceased.
With the ceasefire in effect, a lot of Palestinians began to make their way home, many of them walking north towards Gaza City. A truly devastated landscape after 2 years of war. But that Rafah crossing with Egypt expected to open as early as today, so the region will be flooded with emergency aid that it's clear it sorely needs. And of course, President Trump coming here Monday morning to address the single house Knesset, the Israeli parliament, on eagerly awaited speech from the U.S. president. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve. You know, one of the things that we'll be watching for is with the return of the hostages. You know, in the past, we have seen these humiliating ceremonies that Hamas has put on as they have released the handful of hostages that they've released over the past 2 years. And if the world is spared that horrifying spectacle, that will be to me a good sign. Yeah.
That was that was part of the agreement. Yeah. No more of that. I couldn't agree more. I just, on my mind, we've been able to interview so many of these hostages. Two of them in particular who came out. One was Ayer Horn and then Ilyana Gretzky. Both of them, one of them is Argentine, the other is Mexican, both Israeli as well. And I've been following their stories. Ayer has his brother still in captivity. He's coming home. Wow. Ilyana Gretzky's fiance is there. Mm-hmm. She actually staged a mock wedding to bring attention to him during this whole crisis. I can't wait to see all of these. It's going to be incredible.
And very emotional. With that, let's bring in Fox News Sunday anchor and Fox News chief legal correspondent Shannon Brain. And Shannon, we are hearing Wall Street Journal is just reporting that Hamas has notified Israel that they indeed do have 20 living hostages that they have assembled and could be possibly ready to release them as early as tonight, Sunday night. We've been hearing Monday all along. Now, Fox News has not independently confirmed that, but the Wall Street Journal is leading with it at this moment. And it's not only just this first confirmation that these actual 20 living hostages do indeed exist, but the thought that if they did begin releasing them tonight, then presumably they would be freed ahead of President Trump's arrival in Israel tomorrow. Your thoughts?
There's been some reporting that he may meet with them and hear from them directly. I cannot imagine what these people have lived through for 2 years, they're gonna need time to recover, to physically, mentally, to reconnect with their families. But man, I cannot imagine the overwhelming joy across Israel. You guys know, if you've lived and traveled and worked over there, it's a small country and they have felt this deeply. I mean, the percentage of people as a part of their total population there who were harmed in some way or have now served, everybody knows someone, everyone has a loved one. And so this is not just incredible relief for these families of these hostages, it really is more broadly the entire country. I think that will be jubilating and celebrating and this huge sigh of relief, and wonderful confirmation that the 20 we thought were alive are still alive, it sounds like.
So that joy that you're talking about, Shannon, that overwhelming sense of relief that we're seeing on both sides. I don't know if you saw the images of the Gazans returning back, trying to see if they can find some semblance of their lives in the rubble. Everyone ecstatic, happy. They're dancing in the street in Tel Aviv, dancing in the street, on the Gazan side. And yet here we have Representative Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez and Rashida Tlaib, both people who said they were calling for ceasefire, wanting peace, wanting an end to the war. Crickets. I'm calling them charlatans of peace because I can't believe there hasn't been one statement out of them yet. First of all, before I get your response, listen to them calling for a ceasefire in Gaza not too long ago.
The ceasefire resolution. This is not war. This is chaos. And we have a responsibility to uphold our standards and commitment to human rights.
We are calling for an end of this violence, not a break in the violence. The temporary pauses are not enough. We need a permanent ceasefire now. We need an end to the genocide.
Palestinian people, this is all for you.
Why isn't she doing that now?
It begs a really good question because this is what I think all sides were agreeing they wanted to get to, the end of the destruction, the end of the violence, and hopes for actual peace, release of these hostages, the beginning of rebuilding for the people of Gaza, where you talked about this incredible devastation that's going to be part of
The reason why the ultra liberals don't want to say anything right now is because that would make Trump look good. Back to Fox News.
Strip, then going on to Egypt and meeting with the stakeholders there in the region about how they rebuild and give those people a hopeful life moving forward as well. So you think there's plenty to celebrate. Even many of the Democrats who have come out and celebrated this, we've all seen their statements. They didn't mention the words Donald Trump, and so there's a conversation to be had about the reaction. And we should all be feeling joyful wherever you were on this, that the people of that region, the suffering, we hope is over.
Truly. Back home here, our government remains shut down, obviously. And President Trump has directed that troops be paid throughout the government shutdown. I'm sure this is something that will be on tap for Fox News Sunday today. What do you make of all that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have got the two key players in the House. We've got the Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries. We've got the Speaker, Mike Johnson. They're both with us exclusively this morning to talk about what are the off-ramps? How does this thing get done? So we really look forward to diving into that conversation about the troops, air traffic controllers, people who may lose their SNAP benefits. I mean, there's a lot to dig into here. We've also got an interview with the Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Winsome Earl-Sears. We invited her and her opponent, former Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger, the Lieutenant Governor accepted. So conversation with her. And also I sat down with Justice Amy Coney Barrett to talk about her take on criticism of the courts and where we are in this country on having really tough conversations and political conversations.
Well, we will be watching that. That will be good stuff. I especially look forward to your conversation with the justice.
Yeah. I mean, her book is very fascinating. I would say to people who wonder how the inner workings of the court work, she gets into a lot of detail that I think is very interesting. If you have questions about why they do and don't do things, you might get some answers in that book.
Wow, for a Supreme Court justice nerd like you, this is going to be amazing.
Exactly. It was, it's my Super Bowl. What can I say?
That's what I was thinking.
forward to her bringing Jeffries and Johnson together. You might get the government open by the end of the
Listen, we aim to get things done here in Washington for the people of America. And so if those two want to reach an agreement on this show, we welcome it.
If anybody can get it done, Shannon Breen can get it done. Shannon, thank you. Have a great
Thank you,
show.
guys. Good to see you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Hostages from Gaza in the next 24 hours as the ceasefire with Hamas enters its third day. The terror group has until midday tomorrow local time to release the hostages. Israel's prison service says prisoner transfers have already begun. Around 2,000 Palestinian prisoners are going to be released as part of that deal. President Trump is going to be making his way to Egypt later today, arriving there tomorrow. He'll also, in the next few days, be addressing the Israeli Knesset and meeting the families of the hostages. Let's speak to Aria Kovler, who is political analyst in Jerusalem. Morning to you.
Good morning.
First of all, let's talk about those incredible scenes out of Hostage Square last night. Steve Witkoff addressing up to 400,000 people. Fascinating that there was such love for Trump, not surprising. But the boos for Benjamin Netanyahu when he was mentioned, did that surprise you?
No, not still. The crowds attending the hostage protests are almost universally opponents of the government, the Israeli government strategy, which has, at least publicly and domestically to Israelis, been the hostages are really a second and third priority in this war. And amongst those people campaigning for their release in Israel, there's always been a lot of anger at the government, and these rallies have been putting pressure on the Israeli government. So it doesn't surprise me at all to hear the kind of Netanyahu and the government cast as the bad guys by the protesters and the celebrators, I guess I should call them now.
Yes, of course. And, you know, we're expecting this release in the next 24 hours. Are we clear how the hostages are going to be handed over? We know, of course, there's not going to be those grotesque images of them being paraded by Hamas fighters. But are we clear on what will happen?
I think as much clarity as you might expect. Israel isn't even really sure if it's going to happen today or tomorrow, although it seems like indications are leaning towards a handover tomorrow morning. Supposedly Hamas has been gathering those hostages who are alive, perhaps in one place, perhaps in 2 or 3 different points of the strip. They'll be handed over kind of privately and quietly to the Red Cross, who will then drive them across the border to Israel, to the IDF, where they'll be kind of quickly perhaps reunited with 1 or 2 family members and then helicoptered off to hospital. There are a couple of hospitals who've already prepared beds for them and are waiting to have them, where they're likely to stay for a few weeks until they're strong enough to kind of function in day-to-day life.
Let's talk about the countdown now, isn't there, to President Trump's arrival in the region. You know, he's going to be going to Egypt to that signing. There's also going to be this summit of world leaders. How significant do you think it is that these sort of 20 world leaders are going to be joining President Trump, with the effort being to try and move this ceasefire deal from phase 1 to phase 2? Is that pressure needed, do you think, to keep the peace process moving?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, he's actually coming here to Jerusalem tomorrow, very briefly, as it's before the Jewish Simchat Torah festival, just for a few hours, going and heading off to Egypt. The summit is very interesting, not least because Israel isn't invited. A lot of countries are, both kind of Western-minded countries and those associated with the Arab world. There was even a report that Iran was invited, although that hasn't been confirmed. But Israel excluded. There seems to be a real effort by the Trump administration to build this kind of pressure and momentum for some kind of a post-war plan for Gaza. And supposedly more than just that as well, looking at potentially expanding bilateral peace relationships between Israel and other countries in the region, moving towards a Palestinian state. This is sort of something Israel heavily opposes, but pretty much everyone else, even the Americans, kind of want to happen. So I think this could be a very interesting moment. Obviously, it's happening very quickly. Normally, the international summits have months of what they call Sherpaing, where the kind of people who actually know things go out and meet. So by the time the summit happens, it's really just a rubber stamp. This hasn't happened now. I mean, it's been organised in just a day or two. So we'll have to see what comes out of it. But there is this kind of real attempt to try and take the momentum of this deal and see where they can take it.
And the fact that Israel isn't invited to that summit, is this all part, do you think, of President Trump's almost power play, the power that he's clearly exerting over Prime Minister Netanyahu, and just letting him know that essentially Trump is in charge here?
I think that's a part of it. Look, he's going to come into town here in Jerusalem. He's going to walk up to the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, which is being recalled just to hear him speak. I'm sure there'll be lots of mutual love both ways from Netanyahu and Trump about how great each one is. But then, you know, then come a day or two later to this summit where Israel is not there, kind of sends its own message, both to Israel and to the other countries. This ceasefire is happening because essentially Trump gave his personal guarantee to Qatar and through them to Hamas that Israel will not return to fighting. Israel hasn't said that. So there's kind of a lot going on here in terms of who's in charge and who at the moment at least is taking orders.
We're getting reports from Gaza and started coming out yesterday that Hamas is remobilising. It's calling for its fighters to move into the areas which have been vacated by Israeli forces. How dangerous a moment are we heading into now in light of things like that happening?
Look, I think that, you know, I don't think it's particularly likely that Hamas is about to attack Israel. That would be extraordinarily idiotic. I do think that what we saw in the January ceasefire was after, you know, a year and a half of a very difficult war, Hamas kind of returning to the streets and Israelis thinking, okay, did we win? Did we lose? You know, was to remove them from power, and here they are, you know, with their face masks and their guns and their green headbands. You know, what we're seeing so far is the kind of civilian authorities in Gaza that's run by Hamas, but they look like normal policemen returning to the streets. We haven't really seen the kind of Al-Qassam terrorists out on the streets yet. But I think it does put political pressure domestically in Israel to see Hamas still standing. Now, of course, this deal is supposed to end with the removal of Hamas as the government of Gaza voluntarily. But, you know, if that doesn't happen, if it takes months and months, then we still see Hamas rebuilding in Gaza, and that puts medium and long-term pressure on Netanyahu and the Israelis about, you know, was this war won?
Is it clearer yet regarding aid? We understand that the crossings are going to open, up to 600 lorries a day sending aid into Gaza. As yet, we understand there's still only one crossing open. Is that right? Do we know when more crossings are going to open to essentially flood Gaza with aid?
No, I'm less clear on that. It does seem like in the last few weeks, since the big international push over aid, there's been substantially more aid going into Gaza. The issue is really where is it reaching inside Gaza? You know, most of the trucks that went in were immediately hijacked by some or other armed faction. And the UN said, look, at least it's going to people. You know, but better than nothing. The big push will be to get aid into northern Gaza, into Gaza City, where there has been very limited aid in recent weeks in light of the Israeli offensive. You know, most of the challenges around aid in this period have essentially been logistical. Israel said, oh, we'll let as many trucks as you like in. You've got to pick them up, but you're sitting on the border. The UN has said, well, we can't pick them up because it's not safe. Israel said, well, we can't bring Hamas to pick them up because we're at war with them. Those are the issues that hopefully will be quickly resolved, and we might see a very big increase in aid. Once that big stockpile of trucks that's been sitting on the border now for weeks begins to go down, then we'll have no things working.
Why would Israel just open all the borders now, though, all those border crossings?
Well, you know, at the moment it seems like, you know, Israel is still controlling half the strip, about 53%, including all the border crossings and all the areas immediately around the border crossings. So it's not just a matter of opening the border crossings. Once they cross the border, they're in Israeli-controlled territory until they get to a place where it can be taken into the Hamas-controlled part, and then someone needs to come and pick it up. And who is that? Is that Hamas? Is that the UN itself? But then there's trying to get hijacked. Is it mercenaries? You know, there's just been a lot of kind of challenges and pressures. The other issue is Israel is still saying it is checking every single truck for smuggling. And look, we know there's smuggling going on. We know we've seen ads for the iPhone 17 being sold in Gaza. That's being smuggled in by someone. And the theory is if they can smuggle that, maybe they're smuggling weapons too. So Israel's trying to check every truck. That takes a long time. And you know, I think the infrastructure to do that. But I think obviously we will see, I hope, in the coming weeks and months, a much broader range of things going in, including construction materials once they start rebuilding.
Please go to my store, the-studio
Is they
Reykjavik.
preparing for the release of hostages from Gaza in the next 24 hours.
We're gonna
As
go
the
to the
ceasefire with
we're gonna
Hamas
go.
and
We're gonna go to the BBC News shortly here, but please go to my store, the-studio Reykjavik.com, and get the cleanse. This is 30 parts per million, or max 35, which is 35 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. Swish in your mouth, gargle about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow it. What that will do is boost up your immune system. It's gonna help the epithelial lining. It's gonna help the mucosal barrier. If you're not feeling well, or someone around you is not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day, every day, until everything's all better, and then go back to your maintenance dose. This protocol I've been following for over 5 years. Please go to my store, the-studio Reykjavik.com, get the max 35 or the cleanse. Be prepared for the fall and the winter season, because it's going to be problematic. You're going to start noticing a lot of people around you are not feeling well. Also, go to my store, the-studio Reykjavik.com, and get these dual purpose deodorants. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or citrus. These deodorants are dual purpose. You use it as a daily deodorant, but it'll also help to detoxify your body. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, has no aluminum, no baking soda, all natural, very high quality. And by detoxifying your body regularly, your immune system and your endocrine system perform better. So please go to my store, help support the work that I do, and help support your health and wellness. Make sure you use discount 5. And because of the fall and the winter season, it's really important to get drops and lozenges from my store. You can get the drops in blueberry, in honey and lemon, and in cherry. All right, get a few bags for your household. I also have in stock the elderberry zinc lozenges. By getting a few bags for your household and taking them when you have that throat irritation right away is super important, especially during the fall and the winter season. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. It's all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's go to BBC.
You're gambling with World War III.
A peacekeeping force does not exist with a ceasefire.
Iraqi nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
Any regime attempts that create a security vacuum have been historically catastrophic.
Hi, welcome to this latest edition of the Security Brief. There really is only one place to put our focus this week, and that is on the emerging situation in the Middle East. What will the peace process look like as it unfolds militarily? What are the dangers of even getting to the first stage of this process? With me, as ever, the Security Brief's Mikey Kay, former military strategic planner. And also on the programme this week, we'll hear from Verified's Merlin Thomas. Mikey, it's great to see you.
You too.
Obviously, there is a very delicate process already underway. The Israeli troops are now in their positions, their predetermined positions, but there's a lot of people on the road. There's some very twitchy troops. It's a very dangerous time.
Yeah, it's incredibly delicate. The 72-hour window that Hamas have to release the 48 remaining Israeli hostages by midday local time in Israel on Monday. And there's this 72-hour really fragile sort of period where there's a lot of things that need to happen. You've got Israeli Defense Forces, they're withdrawing back to that predisposition line that we've spoken about. And you've got tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Gazans now trying to make their way back to where their homes were. What's going to be left? The answer is probably rubble. There's going to be unexploded ordnance there. There's not going to be much food and water, if any. No sanitary arrangements. So, you know, in terms of instability, on both parties, it's a very delicate time.
Let's talk about the withdrawal over the next 24, 48 hours. The IDF say they pulled out to these new lines, which have been marked on a map provided by the American administration. The BBC Verified's Merlin Thomas has been taking a look at that.
Israeli troops have been withdrawing from Gaza on Friday morning, and we've been verifying video circulating on social media like this, showing tanks and heavy machinery approaching and crossing the Western Erez, which is located on the Gaza Strip's northern border. Now, to recap, this is President Trump's latest plan for the first stage of Israeli troop withdrawal. You can see that here in these yellow lines. Now, it would mean Israel would still control about 55% of Gaza. Israel has already sliced the Gaza Strip into different military corridors, as you can see here in these red lines. Now, these are militarized zones and are used by the army for access to move across Gaza. In some places, you can see that the White House plan roughly matches up with some existing boundaries created by the Israeli military. It's worth emphasizing this is the latest map, but we don't know how closely this corresponds to what was finally agreed, and that will be crucial to what happens to Israeli troops on the ground. Now, Palestinians will have the chance to return home to northern Gaza, where they were ordered to flee. But what's left for them to return to? Israel has destroyed swathes of the Strip. Whole neighborhoods in Gaza City have been wiped off the map. For now, Palestinians and Israelis will be waiting anxiously in the hopes that the ceasefire agreement holds.
Mike, the Prime Minister, Netanyahu, made a statement today, said they will stay in position, these troops, until Hamas is disarmed and until total victory is being secured, which is a pretty high bar. What does total victory look like in military terms?
Always incredibly wary of the word victory whenever a political leader uses that in this context. But for Netanyahu, total victory means Hamas disarmed and Gaza demilitarized. That's his focal point. But in my experience, using terms like total victory, they don't weather well. You know, if you go back to May 2003, there was G.W. Bush stood on the carrier, big sign behind him saying mission accomplished, declaring victory 3 months after the invasion. And that didn't go well because after that declaration, there were over 4,500 US troops that were killed in combat, 32,000 US troops that were injured in combat at a cost of $3 trillion. So again, always very wary about using definitive terms like victory.
The news from Washington today is that there are 200 American troops inbound that will go to Jerusalem to head up a civil military task force. What role do you think they will be taking in what happens in the next few weeks?
If I was Trump, those 200 troops, they're not going to be deployed inside Gaza. They're going to be deployed outside Gaza, inside Israel. But if I was Trump, I would be wanting for my US troops to be looking over the shoulder in command and control centers of IDF operations. Inside those command and control centers, they'll be looking at drones. The drones will be providing what's called pattern of life, so live images of areas where IDF troops are, areas of displacement migration patterns. You know, again, if I was Trump, I would have my men in there and my women in there and my troops in there to oversee, to make sure that triggers aren't pulled easily, to make sure that rules of engagement are adhered to, and that the 72-hour process isn't quite literally blown up.
Because in that context, Netanyahu said today he's quite happy and willing to return to war if Hamas reneges on the deal. And in fact, the fighting continued right up until the ceasefire.
Yeah, I mean, it has, and it's, I wouldn't describe it so much as fighting, it's kinetic activity. And what I mean by that is it's mostly demolitions. And you're looking at, you know, airstrikes, and I think we've got some footage of airstrikes here. They're the demolitions, and high explosives that are using just completely to obliterate all forms of infrastructure.
But we've talked before, isn't that illegal under international law to target civilian infrastructure and civilians?
Yeah, by an occupied force under the Geneva Conventions, it is. But what the IDF are saying is that there are military assets inside of that infrastructure, whether it's civilian or whether it's buildings. But given that 92% of homes have been destroyed and 60% of Gaza's entire infrastructure have been destroyed, I'd be very curious to see the IDF intelligence claims that support
that. I noticed this morning that there was an IDF reservist killed just yesterday.
Yeah.
So in the final actions that were going on the ground, that's 914 IDF soldiers since the war began. I think there's been quite a rise in the number of Israeli soldiers that have been targeted and killed. How have they adapted for that?
So in the period of demolition, you've had airstrikes, you've had controlled explosions, but what Israeli media are reporting now is the increased use of what have been called suicide APCs. APC stands for Armored Personnel Carrier. I'll just show you actually what this looks like. This is an M113 Armored Personnel Carrier. It's aging, it's vulnerable, it's almost obsolete in terms of the purpose that it's used for. What the Israelis have
Looks like the First World War tank.
I mean, it absolutely does. It's not advanced by any stretch of the imagination. But the IDF have advanced this new, what we call a CONOP in the military, a concept of operations, which utilizes this vehicle. It puts a massive amount of explosives inside it. It's remote controlled, and they'll just drive this vehicle up to a building that they want to destroy, and they'll detonate it. And over the last few months, they've been doing that increasingly using this concept of operations.
And Merlin showed us the scale of the destruction using tools like that. Trump says the reconstruction will be funded by the wealthy Middle Eastern countries, but I mean, to what end and to what cost?
Yeah, I mean, the devastation is there's no other word but catastrophic. Let's take a look at some data points, actually.
Sometimes marketing teams feel like their heads are buried, stuck with search and social, with limited growth. Experience growth with Realize. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
My goodness. Perfect.
Let's take a look at some data points, actually. We kind of touched upon them earlier. 60% of buildings destroyed and 92% of homes destroyed. That's just the infrastructure piece. Then you've got to look at the devastation when it comes to human casualties. You've got 67,000 dead, 18,000 children. If we go to some more imagery, this is satellite imagery of Tal al-Sultan area, which is a refugee camp in Rafah, as you know, because you've been there, which is in the south. So this is 2 years ago. And then as the screen wipes, you'll see the devastation that's occurred to August this year. And it is significant. Just look the way that wipes across. I mean, the grey area on the right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just nothing left there.
I mean, in terms of, first things first, you've got to clear the rubble. But do we know what's underneath the rubble?
But you don't. I mean, there's over 40 million tons of it. So you don't know what's underneath there. And the first point from that, Christian, is that, you know, when we talk about 67,000 killed and 18,000 children, I think that number's got to be much higher, because unless you know what's under the rubble, you're not going to have really the accurate figures. So the data points, I think, are low, and we won't know what the reality is until years later once the rubble's been cleared. And as I said, it's 40 million tons, and with 100 trucks a day, according to UNRWA, and it's their estimates, it'll take 15 years to complete at a cost of $500 million. Now, a major problem under all this rubble is unexploded ordnance. That's basically, you've got all these egg strikes coming in, and not all of them will be successful. So you'll have ordnance in there, buried in that rubble, that is unexploded. And that's massively dangerous for, you know, hundreds of thousands of people moving back into those communities. So to put this into perspective, I was talking with an NGO in central Vietnam who 50 years later was still working to clear UXO, unexploded ordnance, from the Vietnam War. So this is going to take decades.
And when it comes to stability on the ground, the 20-point plan, of course, involves or includes this international stabilization force, the ISF. Now, you deployed as part of one of these peacekeeping forces to Afghanistan, I think, to Kosovo, Macedonia, Iraq. So you've a lot of experience of this.
Iraq wasn't a peacekeeping force, but yeah, the other three were Afghanistan, Macedonia, Kosovo.
So how do you think it will work?
Well, I mean, the primary aim of the International Stabilization Force, which needs to be figured out, you know, the 200 US troops that we were talking about are not part of that ISF agreement. But some of the key objectives will be, you know, ensuring the disarming of Hamas.
How do you verify that?
It's through a process. So when you mentioned Macedonia, the operation that I was on was called Operation Essential Harvest in 2001. And they used a process, a ratified process called DDR, which is disarm, demobilize, and reintegrate. And effectively, what that's doing is it's setting up collection points where Hamas, in this case, would be able to come under amnesty, drop off their weapons. All of those weapons are collected, and then Hamas will be given amnesty to relocate with dependents inside of civil community. So that's the disarming bit. Then you've got the training of vetted Palestinian forces, and then providing long-term security. These are sort of much much longer aims of the international.
That's the interesting part for me, because thinking back to Iraq, one of the big mistakes was not making use of the remnants of the security structure that was there, the Ba'athist security structure. You left a vacuum, they filled it, and then you had real problems with the insurgents throughout the country. Surely the Americans, the Israelis have to provide a Palestinian police force, at least a police force that can maintain order across the Strip.
Yeah, the point you make about the Ba'athist Party is a really important one. Let me just build on that for a second. You know, you had Paul Bremer, which was the head of the transitional authority that was put in by G.W. Bush. He fired 400,000 Iraqi troops. That creates a security vacuum. Al-Qaeda in Iraq was allowed to build in that security vacuum, and ultimately went on to be partly the cause of the generation of the Islamic State. In terms of the training and mentoring, I think the most recent examples are in Afghanistan. I deployed twice to Afghanistan, where the US, the Brits, and NATO were training the Afghan National Army and the Afghan National Police, which takes, and this is the important point, this takes decades. It's not going to happen in months or years.
Do you see a vacuum on the ground, though? Clearly, obviously, the Hamas leadership has been taken out. Most of the leadership is outside the country. Is that dangerous?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's an investigation by another news organization that has identified what were called looting gangs to begin with. They're now called popular forces. And according to this investigation, they also link Israel to funding them. So you can already see that there's a positioning as an alternative to Hamas through other groups. There are other militia groups who have already dedicated allegiance to these so-called popular forces. And I think when there's a security vacuum, these popular forces or militia groups are allowed to effectively operate with impunity. And, you know, this isn't just a Israeli MO. The US have been doing this. Remember the Free Syrian Army in Syria. So it's not a...
So with that in mind, final question, the mandate for the ISF, the rules of engagement, who sets that?
So historically, it would go to the United Nations Security Council. On that, you've got Russia, China, the United States, France, and the United Kingdom. But that's been in paralysis, you know that, Christian, over the last, almost decade, since 2012. That's been in paralysis. What they would normally do is they would vote on a Chapter 6 or Chapter 7 peacekeeping operation. Chapter 6 is peacekeeping operations without the use of force, approved force. Chapter 7 with peacekeeping operations with approved force. They are very rarely approved. And because of the paralysis of the P5, unlikely to be in this case. So the other options for the US and Israel is to seek some form of multinational force. But the key bit here, Christian, is that any multinational force needs to include security forces and political buy-in from the regions. So the obvious organization there is the Arab League. And that's critical for any for any multinational force to have credibility and longevity.
Really interesting. Of course, we will continue to keep an eye on it. Just a reminder that if you missed any of this particular security brief, or you want to look at the former episodes, the other episodes that they're all there on YouTube. Do go and have a look at that, Mike. Thank you very much. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.
My mother and my grandmother and my great-grandmother, my aunts, as far back as I can remember, have always been nurses. There's something very meaningful about being there for people in their time of need. The nursing shortage, which was expected to not hit its peak until 2025,
Here to discuss
is now here.
Steve Bannon, former White House chief strategist and host of War Room. Steve, welcome so much and thank you for being here.
Batya, I think that is the single best analysis and assessment I've heard in all the wars that are out there, all the different channels. Quite brilliant, really brilliant. One thing I just want to add to that, I want to make sure that Jared Kushner and Witkoff get also the due credit there. They are, and I want to go back in time. If you look at this as a continuum of President Trump and how he thinks, I think this starts to make more sense. The underpinnings of this are commercial relationships and actually building middle class and working class throughout the world, in this case in the Middle East. If you go back to our very first trip in May of 2017, of which, by the way, you remember Qatar was kind of odd man out because they wouldn't step forward and really do what UAE, Saudis working with us about terror financing. But the whole underpinning of that was a new dawn to kind of put the politics aside for a second. And let's look at the economic vitality of the region, particularly post-oil. You know, what's the region going to do? How's it going to expand? And Israel as a potential technology partner. Then you have the Abraham Accords. Jared's kind of the architect of that for President Trump. The Abraham Accords is essentially not a political deal. It's an economic deal. It tries to integrate the commercial relationships, the jet flights, the capital markets, trade in the region. And I think this is one of the reasons that it never really got, first it was President Trump, obviously, but the diplomatic and kind of political people that write about this don't really understand it. It's more of a business deal the way Jared had always thought of it. Then you cut to the first trip in the spring to the Gulf Emirates, to Saudi Arabia and to Qatar, and also the UAE. All of that was about building commercial relationships between the United States and the Gulf Emirates, but also the potential that we could have peace. And if we had peace, we'd have broader commercial relations. That is what's underpinning this deal today. It's really that, you know, the Palestinians are not going to leave. There's going to be a massive redevelopment. The Arab nations, the Gulf Emirates, essentially putting up the money. The Turkey and others going to provide security. So I think if you look at his commercial relationships, this has a beginning with President Trump and how he thinks, and Jared Kushner, who I think Jared is really the unspoken hero and back President Trump and really working on this. And it's quite brilliant. Now, that being said, particularly those of us that have been friends of Israel for many, many decades and have really fought a two-state solution, I think we have to face reality. What's happening in Gaza, I think, is the beginning of the proto-Palestinian or proto, Arab state. The Gulf Emirates are essentially going to finance it. There may be some interim, 200 American troops to do some sort of coordination from CENTCOM, but eventually Turkey and others are going to be there. There's also blocked in more expansion, or really the historic claim of Israel on Judea Samaria. That looks like it's going to be blocked. So I think it was a overplay by Netanyahu, and we are where we are, but obviously historic. And I think if you take it from the business perspective to commercial perspective, he essentially took the power of the hands of the politicians, put it in the hands of the business people, and I think you're going to get peace. What I found most striking today of everything, you have people in the streets dancing. A very moving press conference or press briefing by the IDF, who I think are also been the unspoken heroes here. What they had to go through in this war against the Hamas, or what I call the Muslim Brotherhood fighting brigades. The actual spokesman, I think today, actually broke down in tears, talking about, and this shows you how tough they've had this fight and how they are not looking forward to going back in there and doing what they're requested to do. And this is why I think the head of the IDF and Netanyahu came to loggerheads over the last 3 or 4 months. But when the soldiers of the IDF are in back of a deal and they have a spokesman that's in tears, I think that shows you how deep an issue this was, and why both Israeli citizens and the Palestinians in the whole region and the world are celebrating Donald J. Trump. He's the only person that can pull this off.
One of the things that I mentioned in the editorial was how important this was for Trump in terms of restoring Israel to having support, both worldwide and in America. Among young people, support for Israel has really been cratering. I want to play you something the president said about Israel. Let's have Sot 1.
No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere.
So President Trump has really been at the forefront of making the argument that there's no conflict between being America first and being pro-Israel. He's very proud of his sort of pro-Israel bona fides. There is an emerging split among right-wing influencers on this question. Where do you fall on this? Do you feel that there's a conflict between being America first and being pro-Israel? And is the future GOP a pro-Israel party?
Let me give you a definition. By the way, I think the most important thing that he said to Netanyahu, because let's be blunt, Ron Dermer, Ambassador Dermer, who is a great guy and I know quite well, I'm think very highly of him. And Bibi at the end were not in the room, not in the deal. They really weren't looking for input from it, and that should be the Israeli people and the Jewish people in the United States should really embrace that. What happened at the end of this deal to make it happen? You know, Dermer went to the resort, the Red Sea resort, but really was a big part of the final negotiations. Bibi was not part of the final negotiations. President told Bibi, you can't take on the world. And what he meant by that is that we're not going to be dragged into this as you take on the world. There's a huge difference between being America first and pro-Israel and being real first. And I've been I have a long history of being very pro-Israel, and particularly being a two-state solution, Israel's historic claim to Judea, Samaria, and other aspects of it. But what happened here is you had the commentators and the folks, what I call Israel folks, that put Israel, and particularly Netanyahu, not really Israel, put Netanyahu's political situation at the forefront. And I think this came to a head over the Persian, or let's say the Iranian situation, which we now know from the Times of Israel and detailed analysis of the war cabinet meetings. It was 2 years before they got a bomb. This is coming from the war cabinet as they made a decision on that night. We kept saying that this was all a sense of urgency that didn't need to be there. I think you started to see a split right there between the America first and what I call the Israel first. And I would tell my Jewish friends, and I would tell people in Israel, I said, under 35 years old, you almost have no support right now, zero support. And a big, huge part of that is, as you know, Batya, you and I have talked about it, this progressive takeover of the universities, which is not anti-Semitic, it is Jew hate, right? And make it very difficult for Jewish people here in the United States. So we have a massive problem. I gave a speech at NatCon. And in that speech at NatCon, I said, look, if you love Israel, if you support Israel and you support the Jewish people, the problem that we have right now is not in Tehran. The problem you have right now is in the streets of New York, where you have Zorhan, who is a neo-Marxist jihadist with all types of money through his parents. We have no idea where this money's coming from. It's going to be, he's Sadiq Khan on testosterone. And to prove that, happened on October 7th in the streets of New York, which the mainstream media has not reported, but Warren did. There was a orgy of hatred against Israel and the Jewish people that took place all the evening of October 7th on the second anniversary of the horrific attack. And you saw, I tell you, you saw what New York City is going to turn into. And so if people love Israel, if you support the Jewish people ought to start getting focused on what the problem is. The problem is London is coming to New York City. And after November 4th, when Zorhan wins, we're going to have hell to pay. It's going to be an inflection point in American history.
We have much more to talk about. We have to take a short break, but we will be right back after this. Welcome back.
Looking to hire? ZipRecruiter delivers candidates with the right skills and experience fast. So fast that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter.
Welcome back to the show. Back with us is Steve Bannon, former White House chief strategist and host of War Room. Steve, you more than anybody expanded the definition of what it means to be a Republican, who could belong to the MAGA movement. I myself, of course, was very much the beneficiary of that. You made it clear that this could be a home for Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Jewish Americans, Democrats, gay Americans, pro-choice people. I guess my question to you is, are there limits? Are there people who you would say, you are not part of this movement, you are not welcome here?
Well, I think, and it's kind of, I don't determine that, but I think it's this whole movement is kind of self-organizing. I think that people are attracted to it, see certain common values. As you know, Batya, we have a lot of Democrats, particularly younger Democrats, I think are looking for a home. I think particularly as the Democratic Party escalates goes up the escalatory ladder in violence, I think we're even going to get more people. I think from the last election, you saw working class African Americans and Hispanics, particularly a lot of men, because of the anti-male agenda or the toxic masculinity as purported by the Democratic Party. It's kind of self-organizing. I think, listen, so far I think we've done great. I think the President Trump movement. Now I would say My only difference in what you just said, I'm not so sure they're in the Republican Party. I think they vote for President Trump. They're MAGA, and they identify MAGA as President Trump. And this is why I am adamant in working on Trump 28. Someone like President Trump comes along, you know, once every 100 years. We've had General Washington, we've had at the birth of the nation, we've had President Lincoln at the rebirth of the nation, and we've had President Trump at the rejuvenation and reclaiming the nation. And so I think we have not solved, we're still the low propensity voter party. When we win, we turn out low propensity voters, and particularly people who are what I call low information voters. Not that they're not smart, they're just not that engaged in politics, right? But they see in a message of MAGA, and they see in a message of President Trump something that will get them to the polls. And so I would say we're open to all as people is come in, and you know, I don't determine this, even President Trump doesn't determine it. But we'll have to see. And there's always going to be skirmishes between people, you know, what I call inter squad scrimmages all the time. And that's what political parties are made of. But I think as an organic whole, we happen to be growing. And I think in the Democratic Party, particularly as the Democratic Party becomes more violent and more kind of almost obscure in what they're fighting for. I shouldn't say obscure, it's the wrong word. As they become kind of weirder policies, but more intense policies that are clearly anti-American. And you see, if you, more things you see like what happened in New York City on October 7th and who they're holding up, the Luigi Mangionis, you know, the Zorhans. I think the more you see of this, the fight to remove illegal alien invaders from the country in Chicago and Portland and others, the more embracing of Antifa, I think we'll get more working class people to our side that are looking for the economic benefits of the American economy.
So let me ask you about Trump 2028. We have a 22nd Amendment, which bars anybody from running for a third term. Do you think that that's not a barrier for him, or how do you see that?
I think that there are many different alternatives that at the appropriate time after the midterms in 26, we will roll out. But I think there are many different alternatives to make sure that President Trump is on the ballot. And if he's on the ballot, he'll win. So I think there's many different alternatives. Remember, people said back in the interregnum that President Trump, what was it, the immunity situation, trying to kick him off the ballot in Colorado, other things about presidential immunity, what he had done, and some of the acts. People said we were going to lose at the Supreme Court. I think both of those we won 9-0. I think the Supreme Court has a Roberts Court in looking at President Trump's, I think his interpretation of the real powers, or I call the expanded powers of the chief executive, both, you know, the office of the president, chief executive, commander in chief, and also the chief magistrate, chief law enforcement officer. I believe that the Supreme Court's sending a very strong signal that it's reversing what the Warren Court tried to do and staying out of what they call political issues. I believe this will be deemed to be a political issue and worked out accordingly. But I fully intend to see President Trump on the ballot in 2028 and to return to office as to continue the great run he's had as 47th president of the United States. Like I said, you know this better than anybody. If you've seen the Herculean task that he has done in the Middle East and particularly in Gaza and Israel, that seemed like it was intractable to really solve what's 50, 60, 70, 80 years of hostility to get people to work together, that only comes along once every couple of hundred years. And it's very important, I think, for us as a nation to keep President Trump as the chief executive officer and the commander in chief.
But you would support that in the context of legal means, correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be legal, right? It's going to have to be legal. I don't know of any illegal means. I don't think there's any illegal means that you could actually do that the American people support. This has to be supported by a broad spectrum of the American people. Remember, President Trump won the popular vote. I actually think when you look at the real numbers and take away some of the noise, I think he's more popular than ever. And look, you just saw, I mean, it's kind of a joke on the Nobel Prize. Of course, the progressives are never going to give Trump the Nobel Prize. Well, but here's the reason is that the situation in Venezuela, the woman who's actually I'm a huge supporter. She's very brave, standing up to Maduro and these guys. And I'm not for a military interdiction into Venezuela at all, but she doesn't exist as an entity, unless you really have President Trump and the umbrella of President Trump, the space that President Trump is giving her to actually be the next potential leader in Venezuela. So, I mean, the whole Nobel Prize thing is a joke. Most people understand that. Look, just look, you know the situation better than anybody. Look at the joy that is in Gaza and in Israel today. Look at that. That is, nobody in my generation or whatever has ever seen anything. The outpouring of tears, of hugs, of people saying we can go forward. And like I said, when you see the IDF, who are tough as boot leather, when you see a spokesman come up and really have tears in their eyes because the war's finally over, right? That shows you that a figure like Donald Trump, he's a world historical figure.
I could not
This is
agree
the
with
age
you
of
more
Trump, and
about
I
that.
just think we have to play. I think we have to play it out.
Last question, if the legal avenue towards repealing the 22nd or getting him on the ballot fails.
I never said repeal
Oh.
the 22nd Amendment. I said I think there are many alternatives. Many alternatives.
those
And I don't think the American people would ever support someone that they didn't think it was in the customs and tradition and or legal, if you definite what your definition of legal is. Like I said, if you watch MSNBC, you watch CNN, their interpretation of how the highest court's going to interpret the Constitution is not just wrong, it's dead wrong. If you look at President Trump and what he has done in the Article 2 powers of being the chief executive, of being the commander in chief, repelling the invasion, and particularly being the chief magistrate and chief law enforcement officer. I mean, Russ Vought announced today by Twitter, he's beginning the rifts on the administrative state, okay? That is not, all these people that said what was legal and everything like that, so I think that the definition.
If this effort fails, will you consider running for president in 2028?
No, as you know, I'm not a politician. No, I am fully 100%. I'm a Trump guy here, and we're going to pull it off. The nation needs President Trump. The world needs President Trump. In the streets of Gaza, what has been a horrific 2 year from the worst slaughter against the Jews since the Holocaust to the bloodshed that's taken place, the loss of life of the IDF and the Palestinians. It's been a horror show. And President Trump has brought joy to the streets on a hard-headed, tough business deal. And so the world needs this guy more than ever. And the country needs this guy more than ever. And so I am spending every waking moment to make sure we got him.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bannon. God bless you and protect you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased.
Gusto is the best choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value. And when it comes to running your business,
I think these two people accused of spying in Parliament were low-grade reporters of opinion in Parliament. What they were doing, if the allegations are true, was certainly illegal. And frankly, I'm a bit confused and unsure about why the prosecution was dropped. Of course, China poses an intelligence threat, a subversion threat here in the UK, as well as being an economic partner. I mean, if these activities being paid agents inside Parliament of a foreign power, even if that foreign power was a friend of the UK's, that would be an illegal activity. So I'm not sure why the prosecution was dropped.
A big international gathering in Sharm el-Sheikh tomorrow to celebrate phase one of the peace process, which is, of course, a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas and the release of prisoners and hostages from both sides. But where does that leave the long-term prospects for the Middle East? Let's speak to Sir John Soares, who is the former head of MI6. Also, he has been the British representative to the United Nations and in Egypt. Hello to you.
Morning, Adam.
This is phase one and universally welcomed in as much as it should put an end to the immediate violent suffering of people in the region. Do you see really any prospects for a phase two, some kind of settlement in the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians?
Well, let's first of all celebrate the what has been achieved, and I think it is a very significant success for President Trump. We don't like acknowledging Trump's achievements, but I think he does have one here. If he can bring an enduring end to the conflict, that's a huge step forward. And it's the first of the conflicts he claims to have solved where he's made a real personal intervention, which has made the difference between the two sides.
What do you think the magic ingredient was in his intervention?
Well, I think his willingness to put some pressure on Israel. The two people that President Trump has not been prepared to exert some leverage over have been Vladimir Putin and Benjamin Netanyahu. And I think he's now decided he does need to turn that pressure on Netanyahu. I think he's also succeeded by including in his plans the definitive end of Hamas's role as an armed group inside Gaza. And I think that was sufficient to bring the Israeli side on board. So timing is important in these things.
But has it ended the role of Hamas? Because there are already reports of Hamas policemen back on the streets in Gaza. They have been a major party in these negotiations. So, they're not going away, are they?
Well, they're not going away. It's not possible to destroy an idea or destroy a movement. What you can do is remove an armed presence. And I think that's what the plan envisages. Now, whether an individual policeman is a Hamas policeman or a member of the Gaza police force, there's some fine judgments to be made there. But I think there are lots of obstacles to getting this ceasefire established. The big ones like the deployment of an international security force, the establishment of a Palestinian technocratic government or administration for Gaza. But the real difficulties will come with the decommissioning of Hamas weapons, removing the weaponry that Hamas have relied upon for the last 20 years or so, and also to get Israel to withdraw back progressively further from the inhabited areas of Gaza. And then, of course, you've got the enormous problem with reconstructing the territory, which has essentially been reduced to rubble. And it's not going to be something which can be done in a matter of months. This is a decades-long task, which will require continuous application during that period.
What do you make of the role that the UK has played since October the 7th, 2 years ago? Priti Patel, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, basically saying, Palestinian state recognition by the UK and some other allies, including France and Canada, was a gift to Hamas.
I don't share that.
Is your marketing team feeling stuck with search and social, with limited growth? Experience growth with Realize. Realize outcomes at scale beyond search and social.
You ready?
Yeah, let's go.
I don't share that view. I think we need to be realistic about the UK's influence. Of course, we have a historical role in Palestine, going back to the Balfour Declaration and later the establishment of Israel. But I think we have to be realistic. We don't have much influence on either side as a nation. I think what the recognition of a Palestinian state did was it was a marker to Israel of how they are losing support in the West for their approach in the region. Of course, we continue to support an independent and secure Israel, but I don't think the declaration of recognizing a Palestinian state will have much impact on the ground. It won't accelerate the establishment of that. But if you compare it, for example, to the continued recognition we had throughout the Cold War of the independence of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania after the Soviet invasion of 1940 ended those states' independence. When 5 decades later those 3 countries finally re-established their independence, we had recognised it all the way through. And I think there's a sort of parallel there with Palestine. It will take decades to establish a Palestinian state, but I think having a legal stake in the ground is not necessarily a bad thing.
Did it put us at odds with the US administration, do you think?
Not significantly, I don't think. I think the Prime Minister Keir Starmer has established quite a good relationship with the President Trump, and Trump seems to have acknowledged the backdrop to UK recognition. I don't think it's that significant, frankly.
Do you think the White House is, as the front page of the Sunday Times said, angry about the failure to go ahead with the prosecution of the two people accused of spying for the Chinese in Parliament? I mean, there's even a suggestion that they would regard us as leaky and wouldn't share intelligence. What do you make of that?
Well, I don't think it's got anything to do with intelligence. I think these two people accused of spying in Parliament were low-grade reporters of opinion in Parliament. What they were doing, if the allegations are true, was certainly illegal. And frankly, I'm a bit confused and unsure about why the prosecution was dropped. Of course, China poses an intelligence threat, a subversion threat here in the UK, as well as being an economic partner. And if these activities being paid agents inside Parliament of a foreign power, even if that foreign power was a friend of the UK's, that would be an illegal activity. So I'm not sure why the prosecution was dropped. I think the government was slow in putting out a clear line on this. We heard one from Yvette Cooper at the end of last week. But I think the Americans will be equally perplexed as to why the prosecution was dropped when the case looked pretty clear.
Well, the allegation is political interference by the government, including by Jonathan Powell, the National Security Advisor, because they didn't want to antagonise the Chinese.
Well, I've read those allegations. I think they've been denied by the government. I frankly don't know the answer.
But do you think it's possible?
I think it's unlikely that a government headed by a former director of public prosecutions would have interfered with the decision by the current DPP.
But if Jonathan Powell basically said, well, the last government didn't call them enemies, and therefore we're not going to effectively back up this prosecution, that would undermine it, wouldn't it?
That would be an odd thing to do. I have no inside information as to whether that happened or not. What I do know is that these allegations against these two men for working on behalf of a foreign power in Parliament, that would be illegal whether or not the country they were working for was an enemy of the UK.
I mean, obviously you're no longer in the spy business. You're retired from MI6. What's your own assessment? Is China an enemy?
I wouldn't use that word. I think they pose a range of threats to the UK. I think we've had a long-standing threat against our industrial copyright, stealing the industrial secrets. I think there's a cyber threat posed by China. I think there's a security threat in the Chinese efforts to control their own diaspora here. And I think there's a continued effort to recruit intelligence agents to find out our secrets and to subvert the security of the state. So in a range of ways, China poses a threat. At the same time, it's not like the Soviet Union in the Cold War. It's a different sort of society. It's got a vastly greater economy, and if we want to achieve economic growth in this country, China and working with China to some extent has to be a part of that. So we've got to learn to navigate our way through this. The world is not a straightforward place. You can't make people either enemies or friends. Everybody is a competitor in different ways, and some pose real security threats, and that includes China.
So John Sauls, thank you very much indeed. Well, do stay with us here on Times Radio. Lots coming up in the next hour.
Start your journey.
Americans lose. I mean, let's say this first, and I have to say that, well, sorry, first thing, nobody wins in a tariff war. Nobody wins. But if you talk specifically, if Trump is jacking the tariffs up, it's those American importers of components that come in from China that have to pay higher cost. That includes, by the way, Elon Musk, and it's one of the reasons why Elon Musk fell out with Trump. It is American manufacturers who pay higher costs because their input costs go up. It's American farmers who pay the price on this, and it's American consumers.
Hi, I'm Maddie Hale, and welcome to the Trump Report. Today I've got Professor Scott Lucas from the Princeton Institute at the University College Dublin on the show. Of course, you can watch us every day, Monday through Friday, on Times Radio's YouTube page, or you can stream us as a podcast wherever you get your podcast. But today is a special Saturday episode. Scott, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report today.
Hey, thank you. It's great to be joining me on a Saturday.
We love a weekend episode when there is stuff going on, and of course, the news never sleeps in Trump land, so there's a lot to talk about. So Trump's trade war with China escalated on Friday. China, somewhat out of the blue, Scott, basically announced this week that new export restrictions on global supplies of rare earth and critical minerals would be introduced. These are crucial minerals, and of course, China dominates this industry. Many countries will be impacted, but the United States will be hit the hardest. So Trump basically retaliated by announcing that from November 1st, the US would double tariffs on Chinese imports, i.e. impose 100% tariff. He also threatened to impose export controls on critical software to China. China then came back, announced that it would charge export port fees on US-linked vessels docking in China starting from October 14th, so next week. Scott, you've got to walk me through this escalation.
Yeah, something's gone really pear-shaped beyond Trump's, normal, abnormal chaos. Just a quick background check where we are. First of all, why are the rare earths so important? China controls 90% of the processing of rare earths, 90. They control 70% of the supply of rare earths. It's not like you can go to alternatives if they decide to drop the hammer on this, which they've done. Everybody thought that this was calming down over the summer. You might remember back in the spring when Trump had his magic chart of tariffs and everybody was going to get hit. I think he was up to 245% at one time on the Chinese, and the Chinese were like up to 145%. And then the adults in the room in the Trump administration, Scott Bessent, especially the Treasury Secretary, got in there and said, all right, look, probably, do we really want to go to the mat with the Chinese? And they went into talks and everybody dropped the levels. So the level of US tariff on Chinese products, 30%, China on US only 10%. Now, here's what I honestly can't work out, Maddie, and I'm going to be interested if our great viewers can come in and help. And that is the last set of talks between the US and Chinese delegations was in Madrid. And it was only several days ago, right? Now, and there was a rush of other things going on, so I may have missed it. I didn't see an update coming out of those talks. But we still thought everything's on course for Trump to do his big PR thing with Xi Jinping, who he tends to admire as president for life, because that's what he wants to be as well. And then China, for some reason, decided, all right, we're going to play hardball on the rare earths. Now, they didn't specifically name the U.S. in this, but you got to think that the U.S. has got to be one of the key targets. So did the talks go badly in Madrid? Does China think, all right, they can extract something specific out of the United States by using the stick rather than the carrot? Where's their calculation here? And again, on the other side, because the Chinese did this and Trump came back so quickly to react, I don't have the space to look at US officials like a Scott Bessent and others reacting to the Chinese announcement in terms of how are they assessing it? How serious is it? Do they think the talks can still be put back onto an even keel? In other words, Trump has responded to the Chinese by just simply escalating and going ballistic. And the key thing here is I don't know if Trump did this just because it's Trump being Trump, or if this is an organized administration effort. All I can tell you is it does not bode well. And because I think, the Chinese don't do this. They don't drop the hammer unless they think they're in a position where they can really make this stick. They're not making this like an empty threat. Now, that's going to make it more difficult for Trump to back them down. I don't think, that, as you mentioned, the Chinese, when he comes out, we're going to put 100% on this, they immediately come back and say, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. And you ask yourself, where's the Trump administration's leverage against China? Because a quick reminder, if you just up tariffs on China, the first people who feel the pain of tariffs are not the Chinese. And they have a centrally planned economy. And they have a centrally planned economy. They can cover companies who get hit by this. The first person who feel the pain are Americans. And Americans who get hit by this are not going to be pleased with the Trump administration. Let me add one piece of context as well. Sorry, I keep coming. There's one other piece of context. I apologize. I've been trying to work through it. Just before this hit, the interesting stories that were coming out of the States were the soybeans. How are soybeans interesting, Scott, you may say? Well, if you're a geek or a nerd, anything gets to be interesting. And that is that you have got vast warehouses and containers piling up with soybeans that were supposed to go to China, because China takes half of the US soybean exports worth billions of dollars a year, and they're taking zero right now. That means in certain farm producing states, there are farmers who are on the hook because their income's being jeopardized. And if you pay close attention, you'll see the Trump administration scrambling by saying, we'll help these farmers, we'll help them, we'll help them, we'll help them, without being very detailed on how are you going to help them if this continues. I think China saw they were getting leverage on the soybean issue, and they thought, all right, we're going to take it up a level.
Because it does feel like something has happened behind closed doors. What we know, Scott, as you mentioned this meeting the other day, but what we know is that tensions felt like they had eased between the US and China in the last few months. We saw that Xi Jinping and Donald Trump did speak on the phone in June, and that they organised for a sideline meeting at APEC, which will take place at the end of this month. So we also know, on top of that, was that Donald Trump seemed to be tiptoeing around placing sanctions, placing tariffs on China for importing Russian oil, and had done it to India, but had been reluctant to do it to China. And we questioned why China got off scot-free on this. And a lot of analysts would say, well, he's trying to strike a great trade deal with China, and he's waiting until this APEC summit when he actually meets Xi Jinping and see what he can get out of him. So that's where we were at until this week, when that announcement was made, when this escalation happened on Friday with Trump's retaliation, and then subsequently China's retaliation back. So, Scott, you said this before, but it just seems something went on behind closed doors, and this was almost premeditated on both sides.
Yeah, and I'm going to tell, because I kept looking for clues, so let me tell you something else that's interesting in terms of what is not being said. If you go to the Chinese, the main English language press today on this, apologies, can't read Chinese. I'm going to get some students to help me out next week to go even deeper on this. But if you go, for example, to Xinhua or to Global Times, they don't say a word about this. They don't even mention that the tariff increase that Trump put on, and they don't mention the Chinese threat on rare earth minerals. I think there is a reference in the Global Times to China would like multilateral trade. We'd like everybody to agree on it. The one outlet that does make an implicit, that does refer to Trump's tariffs, China Daily, says Trump increased tariffs on us, but he doesn't mention the rare earths. So it makes it look like Trump just did this because he's just like a bad guy. So the Chinese are not tipping their hand in terms of, I can't read between the lines on Chinese media on their play at this point.
Of course, as we kind of say, that this came surprisingly, maybe not surprisingly to both parties, but to us, the average person, this came surprisingly, which of course meant that markets responded, Scott. The S&P 500 dropped 2.7% in just a single day, the steepest fall since April. Investors were dumping stocks in tech and manufacturing because, of course, this affects chips, and so on and so forth. So is this situation dire, or is it just temporary?
Depends on how long it goes on, Maddie. First of all, it's interesting. that very few people noticed that big drop in the markets because of Gaza, right? And that was, you know, the way the news cycle works. I think when we get into Monday, and people are going to start to pay attention, especially if the markets have another dip out of this. And it is significant for the reason you have pointed out, which is this isn't just a fall in the stock market. This is a fall in terms of stocks, tech stocks, AI stocks. You know, you talked about the Magnificent Seven, right? And the Magnificent Seven drive most of that increase, that stock growth. So to throw in another fact, I think it was the IMF just issued a report this week that said, look, despite all the turmoil, you know, including Trump turmoil, including the Trump-China, you know, tension, you're still on for around more than 3% growth globally, right, in the next, this year, and the US for 2.5% increase in GDP, which you think Trump would want, given how much he's messing around and screwing up the economy. But what they said was interesting but a lot of this growth is driven by AI, so it's vulnerable. 11% of the growth in GDP in the first part of this year was because of AI. You know, that's a big share of both the US and the global economy. So again, that's where China has special leverage. This isn't like, you know, hey, fine, American farmers, and we don't want to downplay the pain to them, but it's not like pain to American farmers affects the global economy to a great extent. You hit AI and you hinder the potential for growth, that does have a big effect that ripples from the US and ripples to other areas of the world.
Trump says that he doesn't know if he's...
With ProCare, you can make it easy for parents to register and maximize your center's enrollment with fast and responsive automation. Make a great first impression every time with ProCare. Request a demo today.
Trump says that he doesn't know if he's going to meet Xi now at APEC at the end of the month. So, Scott, just to wrap up really what's happening with this tariff war, how bad do you think this could get? And we mentioned this before, but who loses out more, Americans or Chinese?
Americans lose. I mean, let's say this first, and I have to say that, first thing, nobody wins in a tariff war. Nobody wins. But if you talk specifically, if Trump is jacking the tariffs up, it's those American importers of components that come in from China that have to pay higher cost. That includes, by the way, Elon Musk, and it's one of the reasons why Elon Musk fell out with Trump. It is American manufacturers who pay higher costs because their input costs go up. It's American farmers who pay the price on this, and it's American consumers who pay the price on it. Now, China takes a hit as well because they lose part of the US market, and their people will have to pay more for US goods, but it's a much different type of economy. Because of that amount of heavy central planning, you know, you can absorb some of that shock that comes out of that. I will mention that China has had some issues, internal economic issues, growth issues, that are not related to the tariffs, that are for other reasons. So I'm not saying China gets away from the scot-free, but again, I don't think China makes this move on the rare earths if they think they're in a vulnerable position. I think they feel like they can ride out an extension, which means you're asking me where this goes next. It goes next because of two actors. It goes next on whether Trump backs down or whether the Chinese relieve the pressure. And here's why this is different from other cases. We are so used to the media narratives that it's Trump who calls the tune, and everybody has to kiss his backside or give way to an extent, like the EU did, like the UK did, like others did. People are not used to, you know, Trump being the one who's on the defensive over this. That's not the way the narrative works. Well, he is on the defensive over this at this point, and that's why this makes it uncertain.
Well, do you think he handled this correctly, Scott? If you're looking at this diplomatically, but you're also looking about how this affects not just like global supply, global chain, everything, Americans, consumers. Do you think the way he responded with retaliation straight away was the right move?
Huge risk. I mean, it's a huge risk, and whether it's Trump or whether it's the Trump administration that had decided this, and then Trump vocalizes, it's a big risk because, you know, you're getting into a point where it's a big risk because you and I discussed in the last conversation we had about the convergence of certain factors, right? So we've got a convergence which is going on. We've got a convergence, which is a spike in the unemployment rate because you're going to get those federal government employees whose contracts ended on September 30th, and there's more than 100,000 of them that took the deal, the forced resignations. They get added to the unemployment rolls. Now, we haven't seen that yet because the bureau that brings out the unemployment statistics is affected by the government shutdown, but that comes out. Trump's monkeying around with the tariffs on all fronts, not just the Chinese front, is driving inflation up. So that's starting to pick up a bit more. You're seeing the effect that I mentioned earlier on certain sectors of the U.S. market that has to export abroad. So you're getting this convergence of all this that I think comes in the next few months of this year. So Trump has just laid this on top of this, right? Now, if the Chinese back away or if the Chinese compromise and he gets his PR appearance with Xi and a deal, then it's a gamble that works. But if the Chinese play hardball with him, where's his next move? Where's his next play? What's he gonna say? I'm gonna 150, 200%, 250%. You know, and again, one fact, let's just remember that when this went around in April, when he was monkeying around in April with this and, you know, tariffs up to 245%, back around, it was either May or June, you had key ports, US ports, like Seattle, like Los Angeles, where they were down 40% on their traffic that was coming in. That's a big economic hit if you have that long-term drop in traffic in terms of both import and export.
Let's move on to something else, something big happening this week. Scott, was of course earlier in the week we saw Hamas and Israel agree on this partial implementation of a 72-hour ceasefire while Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners are being released, as well as a partial withdrawal of Israeli troops out of Gaza. This is the first phase of Trump's 20-point peace plan agreed on and is now being executed across this weekend. So Trump will travel to Israel and Egypt on Sunday, but the next stage will be difficult. So how likely do you think it will be that Trump can pull this off with Israel and Hamas? And is it correct to say, do you think, I know I've asked you this off camera, but both Hamas and Trump's people both said once this was agreed upon, this first phase, that the war was now over. Now, only the first phase has been agreed upon, and it's going to be happening this weekend. So is the war over yet, the way they say it is? And how likely is it that we're going to move out of phase 2 and on to the next?
No, I mean, the conflict.
Experience growth with Realize. Thousands of advertisers are already using Realize and experiencing growth.
No, I mean, the conflict's not over. I mean, just because you cease fire over the weekend, and the one key thing that we get, and we have to hail this, it wasn't just Trump that brought this out. There are a number of actors who brought this about, and I'll explain in a minute how it came about this, but it's the hostage for detainees exchange. You know, let's just say this up front. Those 20 hostages who have survived more than 2 years in Hamas, being held by Hamas, they come home. They're alive. 28 bodies will come back. Families in Israel will get closure. It doesn't bring those loved ones back, but they'll get closure on this. 2,000 Palestinian detainees, including more than 1,700 who were swept up by the Israelis as they went through Gaza. They come back. Many of them are going to be reunited with families as well. You know, and you don't want to downplay that happening. And again, I can go back into why that happened. It actually is not Trump being a peacemaker that brought this about. There's a much more interesting story to tell. But the fundamental here is that the rubber only begins to hit the road next week after Trump does his victory lap. He's going to do a victory lap. He's going to go to Israel on Monday. He's going to appear before the Knesset. Hi, it's me, it's Donald. We don't think at this point, it's not planned that he's going to Hostages Square, but I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a surprise visit there to get the, and then it said, oh, he's going to chair a meeting on Gaza. The Israelis will not be there, but the Arabs will be there and other actors will be there, right? And that's going to be Trump for the cameras posing at this. Look, here's the reason, and this just goes beyond Trump, what you got to look at. You have got key elements that are very vague in that sketch that was called Trump's sketch that have to be defined. It looks like aid is being defined. That's the first step. 600 trucks, daily basis. That takes us back to where we were before October 2023 in enough to keep Gaza taking over, right? Then you talk about the extent of the Israeli withdrawal. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces are pulling back this weekend so that you get that exchange, the hostage for detaining exchange, but they still occupy 53% of Gaza. What is the timing and the extent of their further withdrawal? What is the timing and the extent of disarmament of Hamas in conjunction with that? What are the arrangements for governance and security in Gaza? The international board that Donald Trump is the chair of, I mean, that is just so vague. It has no Palestinian representation. The day-to-day administration run Gaza, which would mean governance and security. Palestinians are supposed to be on it, but which Palestinians? It won't be Hamas. Israel has vetoed Palestinian Authority in the short term. For which Palestinians? Will Israel have veto over that? And let me give you one key thing that shows it how difficult it is. This deal almost came unstuck this weekend because Israel changed the names on the detainee list that were going to be released. Hamas, and not just Hamas, but many Palestinians wanted the release, for example, of Mario Barghouti. Now, I doubt many people have heard of him. It's not like that's a headline name. He is one of the most important Palestinian leaders. The Israelis have kept him behind bars for more than 20 years. If he came out, he would be seen possibly as a leader of a future government in Palestine. And the Israelis, for that reason, don't want him out. You know, that's the type of immediate sticking point you talk about. And then you've got to get these wider arrangements. And just a quick reminder, because I could go on for quite a long time about how difficult it is. Two key points. One is, if you're going to have security in Gaza, who provides the security? Now, the Americans are making a big deal that they're sending 200 personnel, but they'll also at the same time, not a single American will step foot inside Gaza. They're just going to oversee this from Israel. We are being told it's going to be Egyptian, Qatari, UAE, and Turkish forces. Let's see if that's the way that it pans out, because I don't have to tell you, that's a foreign force, even if it's an Arab, a Turkish and Arab force, in a country where a lot of people are still ticked off that they've had a mass killing for 2 years. And then the other point, even if all of this goes well, you do not get stability until you get to a two-state resolution. And who are the two main actors who are against a two-state resolution? Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump.
Gusto is the best choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value. And when it comes to running your business, it's the easiest choice you can make. Get started for free at gusto.com.
Those who answer the call of the vagabond know best stories aren't about where you went. They're about how you got there. Because they know real destination is the adventure itself.
Donald Trump.
I mean, as you mentioned, the first phase is amazing that it's happening. It is amazing, but this is where real work begins from Monday. So we'll keep an eye on that for our viewers and listeners. Just moving on to a more lighter topic, Scott. Donald Trump and the White House, they aren't happy with the fact that he didn't win the Nobel Peace Prize on White House aides that the committee proved. They placed politics over peace. Now, I don't understand this because Trump was never going to win. Nominations were cut off on January 31. That is, 11 days after he was sworn in? He hadn't solved anything by then. He literally just returned to the Oval Office. He was never going to win.
We restate two fundamentals. One, Donald Trump is obsessed with the fact that Barack Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize, and he hasn't. Two, Donald Trump is a big old man baby.
Yeah, but the thing is that
Barack Obama should have never received the Nobel Peace Prize, and Barack Obama admits to it.
Right? And I'm just gonna put that out there, that you can be in the same week acclaimed for being one of the actors involved in bringing a phase one settlement in Gaza. Even if you only did that because Israel bombed Qatar a few weeks ago, something we can talk about in a second. You can do that in the same week and then completely undermine that by throwing your toys out of the pram. Literally. Well, no, not literally. Metaphorically, sorry. So anyway, what happens? Maria Corina Machado, Venezuelan industrial engineer who goes into politics, but she's a rights activist. One of the most impressive rights activists in the world, in the face of a Venezuelan government, the Maduro government, which is not exactly supportive of rights in so many areas, which is extremely repressive. She has persisted in putting forth the need for a much more decent, effective, responsible Venezuela for all Venezuelans. She did it even when they would not let her stand for public office. She did it even when she had to go into hiding because of threats from Maduro and the security forces. And so, who recognizes that? Who recognizes that type of person? At the start of this year, Donald Trump recognized it, maybe for cynical motives, because the U.S. has long wanted to overthrow the Venezuelan government. But he says she's a fine person, fine leader of the opposition. Who else recognized it? Secretary of State Marco Rubio. We support Maria Corina Machado. So when the Nobel people came out with this, and I was just following it obsessively, I was just waiting for that announcement. I knew it wasn't going to be Trump, but it was like, okay, because the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, I love it when they say we're apolitical. We're apolitical. You're political as hell, right? And so the politics they play here is they don't give it to someone like the International Criminal Court, who had also been nominated, because that would have sent. You think Trump was ballistic if that had happened? Imagine if they gave it to the ICC when Israel hates the ICC, and the U.S. has sanctioned the ICC's prosecutors and judges because they actually tried to enforce the law. So instead, they read out Machado's name, and I'm like, they've boxed Trump in. They boxed Trump in two ways. One is, if you look at the Nobel Prize statement, they frame it in a way without naming anybody speaks about the need to stand up to authoritarian rulers. To authoritarian rulers. We need to stand up to authoritarian rulers. Like, oh man, that's a heck of a right hook you just threw at Trump, even if he might not realize it. And then, of course, what they've done is they've given it to someone where it's going to be very hard for Washington to push back because they support the Venezuelan opposition. But lo and behold, Trump sends out one of his lackeys, right? He didn't do it himself, at least. Sends out one of his lackeys to say, once again, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee has put a priority on politics over peace. Really? That's what you're going with? You've got a prominent rights activist who's recognized, someone who you supported, and you're going to say that the Nobel Committee is nasty and underhanded? Because guess who jumps in next? All the way in Moscow, Bad Vlad, who's not having a good week. Not having a good week. Bad Vlad looks at it and goes, I need an opening to swing the Americans over Ukraine and so on. The Nobel Peace Prize Committee has put a priority on politics. They are outmoded. How dare they do this? Donald Trump is a wonderful guy. And Donald Trump goes on to True Social and goes, thank you, President Putin, for saying, you could not make this stuff up, right? And so, the serious side of this is that once again, as we should be talking about the need to get to decent, tolerant, respectful, nonviolent politics, the White House actually had a chance to be mature here and to stand up and to support what is going to be very important, not just in Venezuela, but across Latin America, because that's where people are noticing this, right? They're asking themselves, will the Trump administration stand on the side of supporting us against authoritarian rulers? And the Trump administration just gave a big old flat no based solely because the leader is a man baby.
This is the reason why we're doing a Saturday episode, because so much happened on Friday and today. And yeah, let's get into this. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Friday, he announced that the United States was signing a letter of acceptance to build the Qatari Emiri Air Force facility in Mountain Home Air Base, Force Base in Idaho. So they would also host Qatari F-15 aircrafts and pilots. Hegseth said that he praised it and said this was just another example of our partnership with Qatar. But this was met with serious backlash, Scott, even from conservative MAGA supporters, including Laura Loomer and Steve Bannon, who questioned why he would host a foreign military base on American soil. So this backlash happened. Hegseth was then forced to downplay what he meant. And then he wrote on X saying, important clarification, the US military has a long-standing partnership with Qatar, including today's announcement of cooperation. However, to be clear, Qatar will not have their own base in the United States, nor anything like a base. We control the existing base like we do with all of our partners. But even after all of this, conservatives are still angry, Scott, because they're saying Qatari military personnel will still be based and training on American soil. So what is this?
Okay. First of all, let me throw you a complete swerve here. And that is, I'm actually going to say that Pop Gun, he actually is the innocent in this case. Surprise, surprise. And I'm going to tell you a much more serious story, which is going to link to Qatar and link back to Gaza. The immediate story is that the Qatari Defense Secretary is over in Washington, and he does the press conference alongside Hegseth. And Hegseth is reading from a prepared statement, right? Whoever drafted the statement screwed up because they didn't. This is in Idaho. And what it is it is a facility that you train Qatari Air Force pilots on the use of F-35s, fighter jets, which the U.S. is giving to Qatar. And there's pretty good reason for that. Qatar doesn't have a huge amount of airspace. If you notice the country where it is, tucked away in the Gulf. And so you got more space up there in the American West. And when Hegseth reads it out, he does not use the word base. He used the word, that this is a Qatari Emiri facility, right? But the statement did not make clear that it was a facility under U.S. jurisdiction, right? In other words, it gave the misleading impression, oh, the Qataris have got their own little space here on U.S. soil. Now, it is quite common for foreign military personnel to be trained on U.S. bases. That's been there for many, many decades, right? Because you have great training facilities, so you bring your allies over, you train them up. And if they had explained that quite clearly, they would not have gotten nearly the heat that they did. But because it was a mangled statement, which they then had to clarify, you got, in particular, the raging Islamophobe Laura Loomer. Now, Laura Loomer has no elected position. She has no administrative position. She has no particular expertise, but she is the whisperer in the ear of the Trump administration when she decides that they need to get rid of somebody or that someone's transgressed them. So she goes on to X and calls out those millions of followers because she is an Islamophobe. How dare we have Muslims with a base on U.S. soil? And she's still at it today, even after the clarification. Well, that clearly puts the wind up the administration because, again, as we've talked about with the Epstein case, when it's your own people who are coming after you, right? And it's to the point today where
No college offers a degree in lifelong resilience, but I earned that before I ever stepped foot on campus.
And it's to the point today where Loomer's saying, I'm not going to vote for the Republican Party. And then other people are coming back who are saying, good, we don't care, off you trot. And so you just wonder how far that kind of goes, and we'll watch that. But here's the serious part of this movie, which because this, you always got to watch about things trying to distract from us. It's like why are the Qataris getting this facility and why are they getting such a high profile announcement of it? And if you have a couple minutes, let me tell you a story that is a better story than who should get the Nobel Peace Prize. On September 9th, Israel violated the sovereignty of Qatar by trying to assassinate Hamas leaders that are there. Now, Israel trying to assassinate Hamas leaders, big damn deal. They've done that throughout the past 2+ years. Israel going into the territory of an American ally, which hosts the biggest American military base in the Middle East and has done so for quite a long time. And carrying that, that's huge. Because not just Qatar, but the other Gulf states, Saudi Arabia and UAE are looking at this and going, can we actually trust the Trump administration on anything if they're going to allow this type of crap to happen, right? So that's one factor. Here's the other factor that comes into play. You might have heard of a guy named Jared Kushner. He's been in the news recently. Donald Trump's son-in-law, and as the New York Times puts it, Jared Kushner, he used his New York real estate expertise to be able to swing the Gaza deal. Well, New York Times, who I've not been happy with, because do your damn job, folks. Get to the story. Here's a New York real estate story with Jared Kushner. Phase one. Jared Kushner was in trouble in 2016 because he was on the hook for almost $2 billion for a property in New York. 666, I think it was Fifth Avenue. I'll double check that later. He was trying to find finance for it to cover the fact that he could not cover the loans. Ultimately, he goes to Gulf states. One of the Gulf states that helps get Kushner off the hook on that loan, ding, 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 Qatar. But phase two, when Jared Kushner, when Daddy is no longer in the White House, Kushner goes back into business. He launches a huge investment fund. That investment fund, which needs to turn a profit, who's bankrolling it? $2 billion from Saudi Arabia, $1.5 billion from Qatar. If this September 9th attack by Israel and Qatar threatened America's military position in the Middle East, America's alliances, and it threatened economic projects that include, by the way, a $5.5 billion Trump resort and golf course in Qatar. So something had to be done. The Gulf states, as well as Turkey, went back to the Trump people, which includes Trump, Jared Kushner, and let's not forget it, Trump's envoy, real estate developer, Steve Witkoff, and said, if you don't do something about Netanyahu, everything is going to go up, even worse than it is now. And Trump, if you want to give him credit for this, then began to lean on Netanyahu. It was that convergence that brought us Gaza. But of course, while you have the Gaza story play out as we just discussed, how does the U.S. play this out with Qatar? What they did before they announced this base is even more interesting and also caused some real ruction in Washington to watch. There's something called an Article 5 guarantee in NATO, where if one of NATO's members attacked, you come and provide assistance to that. The United States, for the first time, gave effectively a version of an Article 5 guarantee to a Middle Eastern state not named Israel, and that state is Qatar. In other words, if Israel attacks Qatar again, the United States gave the assurance they would come in and defend, right? So there's going to be a lot to play out politically, but the immediate effect of this is the U.S. government had to show Qatar, look, we're your good pals.
That agreement that they wrote for Qatar, it even included military interference if necessary, it said, which is more that they've done for Ukraine, which was just ironic. But I want to move on because we don't have long. Sources are telling MSNBC that a federal grand jury in Maryland has been considering charges against former National Security Advisor John Bolton for weeks. John Bolton, who comes on the Trump Report, he is reportedly about to be indicted on criminal charges potentially as early as next week.
Newspapers.com.
Behind him leaking classified government documents at his house after leaving government. His lawyer maintains that he's done nothing wrong. But Scott, this is the third former critic of Trump, including James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, to face indictment. So, I mean, are we looking at this situation thinking that Trump is operating his own witch hunt?
What does an authoritarian do? He goes after his political enemies. I mean, it's as simple as that. The Justice Department does not function as an independent department to protect the American people. It now functions to carry out Trump's orders. Hi, Pam Bondi. It was great talking about you in our last discussion. I'm sure she's still doing great work. And so, you know, Trump put on an enemies list that he wanted the Justice Department to prosecute. Indeed, in one of the stunning moments, why we know this? Because he meant to send a direct message to Pam Bondi on Truth Social, and he sent it as a tweet, right? Pam, why are you not doing your job? Go get these people, right? And so the first one who went was Comey on a case that has almost no evidence. How did Trump do that? Trump did that by putting in one of his personal attorneys who had no prosecutorial experience when the previous prosecutor resigned and said, I'm not going to do this. And so Trump put this person in, Lindsay Halligan. Guess who Lindsay Halligan showed up to file the indictment on this past week? Letitia James, the New York Attorney General. Let me give the basic facts and then give you the stinger in the tail of this and why it may be more, not just John Bolton, but it might be the former special prosecutor, Jack Smith, who did the investigation of January the 6th. You know, and 2 minutes and I'll wrap this all up for you, nice and smooth. Here we go. So Letitia James is the person who successfully, and I emphasize that word successfully, prosecuted the Trump organization, which had to pay one of the largest settlements in New York State history, ultimately more than $500 million, or they were ordered to pay it. It's now on hold because an appellate court has says maybe it's excessive, but they were found guilty of one of the most serious frauds in New York State histories. Not my words, the words of the judge. This case was, I can go through the evidence. There was substantial evidence that they had committed fraud over their valuations, both for tax and for loan purposes, specifically valuation of properties. Trump doesn't like when he loses, and he doesn't like it when he possibly loses money. So he goes after Letitia James. How does he do that? He puts in the personal attorney, Lindsay Halligan. And here's where the story gets interesting. Letitia James had bought a property for her grandniece in Virginia, about $135,000 property. The claim of the prosecutors is that she lied that it was her primary property. From what we know about the case, it appears that the most serious thing that she might have done is she might have accidentally checked the wrong box. Everything else was in order on the mortgage application. But by ticking...
Everything else is in order? No, what is this guy talking? This guy reminds me of some sort of conspiracy theorist. It's actually a reporter kind of type. The biggest issue that Letitia James did was not only was it mortgage fraud, but it was tax fraud, because she said that it was going to be a secondary residence, but then she was writing off expenses as if it was a rental. Now, when she got that loan, she had another mortgage application being processed that was only 2 weeks later or 2 weeks before. So she was playing games. It's obvious that she was playing games with the system. Now, if you notice this guy, Trump is always bad and everybody else is okay. And that he wants to create this conspiracy that, if there was going to be peace in the Middle East, that Jared's going to be rich and, and all that. Really?
Box. There's a guy named Bill Pulte, who is a Trump lackey, who's the head of the Federal Housing Mortgage Administration, FHMA, who has access to everyone's mortgage records. He combed these records of Trump's so-called political enemies to try to find something. He then teamed up with a Justice Department official, a lawyer with a very checkered record named Ed Martin. They put this together because they want to serve the master. So that's why they go after Letitia James. At the very least, it inconveniences her. She's got to hire lawyers. She's got to show up in court. Trump wants to tie down his foes, and he wants to belittle American belief in the rule of law, because here's the stinger. If he can do it to a former director of the FBI, if he can do it to a former attorney general, if he can do it to a man who was a national security advisor, if he can do it to a man who was a special prosecutor, no one who serves as a judge, as a prosecutor, as an investigator, no one is safe. It's Trump ruling by fear. And I'll tie this all together. There's a man named Stephen Miller, who is perhaps the most important person after Donald Trump in the Trump administration. Stephen Miller did two things this week that are telling. But first of all, he said that Donald Trump can do anything he wants to because he has plenary authority. Now that doesn't exist as a concept in US law. There's no such thing as plenary authority, but that's what Miller can do. This is the same Stephen Miller.
Yes, the administration can do things as an executive when the government is shut down. Secondly, you notice on how he was demonizing Pulte? Notice how he's demonizing Trump, that Trump is evil and he's going to be this is scary, and he's an authoritarian, and he's going to destroy democracy. We have a balance of powers. And when Trump is sued and the Supreme Court says, Trump, you can't do this, you can't do that, guess what the Trump administration does? It follows the Supreme Court. Now, there may be loopholes within laws, and they try to do something else, and then there's going to have to be a group of people that are going to have to sue him again to see what happens. This is exactly what FDR did during the New Deal. All right? Now, wait a minute here. So is Trump really that bad? Is he? Is he really as bad as this guy's saying? Or is he just a never-Trumper? I suspect he's a never-Trumper. Now, what about the lawfare that was going on against him during his first term, during his re-election for the second term? What about all the stuff that happened during the improprieties of the electoral process during 2020? Not auditing the machine code? What about not doing proper auditing of certain districts? The jump diffusion that took place at 4 a.m. and the day after, and it all went to Biden? Really? What about the Letitia James saying that she's going to go after Trump? She's going to find something and she's going to go after Trump. Well, she was targeting Trump. She admitted in public. But he's not saying anything about that. I think the deep state needs to be hunted down, and the deep state needs to be held accountable for circumventing the will of the people. This guy represents collectivism. This guy is a liberal. This guy wants to say it's okay to have an administrative state that circumvents the Constitution. This guy thinks that he's safe by being one of the sheep in the herd of liberals. But there's a new day in America, and it's called conservatism. There's a new day in America, it's called individualism. There's a new day in America, it's called a constitutional republic, not a democracy. Big difference. There's a new day. Go after the deep state, hold them accountable, and prosecute them.
when a judge ruled against the Trump administration this week in one of the myriad cases over migrants, over tariffs, over military in US cities, said these radical judges are illegitimate. So make no secret about it. It is serious for Letitia James, but it's also serious as part of what's happening in the United States system, because you are at the authoritarian moment, whether or not.
But that authoritarian moment was taking place not under Trump, but under Biden. And how he weaponized the justice system. Now, maybe it wasn't Biden because he didn't have a brain and someone else was doing the auto pen, and maybe it was a group of people, but it was under the Biden administration where you had a government that was weaponizing the judicial system against. Look at what was happening with Arctic frost. And they weaponized the agencies, the FBI were weaponized against Republican senators. 10 of them? That's crazy. That was under a Democrat administration. Weaponizing. Now, what Trump's doing is that he's saying, you know what? The system has been weaponized, and we have to clean it up to make sure that what happened with the weaponization against political adversaries never happens again. Where is he saying that, you know what? The FBI was hiding the truth of the Hunter Biden laptop? Where is he saying that Russiagate was actually trying to prevent Trump's administration to be able to succeed? Marred in conflict in the media. Where's he bringing up the auto pen with Biden? Where is this guy talking about the issues that were going on with false dossiers and demonization and making up stories? What about the impropriety that Barack Obama was doing? No, Trump's the bad guy. Trump's the authoritarian. Really? What about Barack Obama? What about Biden's administration? No, it's about time that we have a president that actually goes in and actually cleans up the mess. Oh, it's going to cause so much problem, with individuals. He's authoritarian. He's weaponizing the DOJ. Trump's a bad guy, and it's all these individuals like Bolton and Brenner and Comey. They're all going to have to spend lots of money because of lawsuits. Why doesn't he bring this up about Stephen Bannon or Peter Navarro or Roger Stone or Trump? Oh, that was okay. So let me get this straight. This liberal fucking clown will jump up for joy for something that's going against a conservative, an individualist, a Republican, and he'll be completely silent when it's a collectivist, a liberal, a Democrat. This is the reason why so many people are so tired of, one, the intelligentsia coming from the universities that are liberal, and the politic of the liberal mindset. The crap that is coming out from publishers that have a liberal bent. Orange man bad. Always. Right here. This is a guy that does it. He has names, he makes connections, and all of a sudden you got to believe his theories of There's a grand conspiracy that Trump must be weaponizing the DOJ. The DOJ, the FBI, the CIA have been weaponized against the American citizen and political opponents, including the President of the United States, for over 10 years. That's a fact. Now, who's going to clean up the mess? This dipshit? Is this guy going to clean up the mess? Scott Lucas? No, he's going to type up something saying Trump is bad in all caps.
Dear Maddie, you and I could be talking about the first authoritarian in U.S. history to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Won't that be a happy day?
So, Lucas, thank you so much for joining the Trump Report.
What a fucking
Thank you.
What a fucking asshole. What a fucking asshole. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin C and magnesium. This will help to boost up your immune system, help with brain function, and help with your skin health. Olive leaf extract helps bring down inflammation and improve your lipid profile. This will help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Magnesium and zinc, super important for your immune system and your brain function. Stack these together, magnesium and zinc, olive leaf extract, and the vitamin C and magnesium. Take them together, drink filtered water, and you're helping your cardiovascular system, you're bringing down inflammation, you're boosting up your immune system. Take this, and this is going to help you slow down the aging process. But it will also help weathering the storm in the fall and the winter. Boost up that immune system. Focus on preparing for the winter season, the fall and the winter season. This is really important. Because when you do that, you're going to reduce the severity. And by reducing the severity means that you're reducing further complications down the road. Now, I can't get into the details of it in this video because there will be a strike. But if you really listen to me, if you prepare for the fall and winter, you will be better off. Please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Get the great supplements. Also, get Myotrol. Myotrol will help with the gene expression to build muscle. Do resistance training, take Myotrol, and you're going to be maintaining and building muscle. This is especially important when you're 40 years of age or older because it's harder to express the genes to build muscle and to maintain muscle. This helps to express those genes. Now, Myotrol has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with that gene expression and to help the health of your mitochondria. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol. All right, this one's about Trump staking political capital on Gaza ceasefire.
International Relations at the University of Reading, OT professor. Just real quickly, how does this ceasefire differ from the previous ones, and are we getting ahead of ourselves?
Well, I think one of the main differences is that the United States and President Trump in particular are front and center for this agreement. I mean, the opening line of the ceasefire agreement says President Trump announces an end to the war in Gaza. He doesn't even announce a ceasefire. He announces an end to the war, and which means that to a certain degree, he's putting his political capital onto the success of this ceasefire and the first step being taken, ideally, towards a longer term solution. And that makes a considerable difference because we know that the only country, or at least we have seen that the only country that can really make pressure on this Israeli government is the US and President Trump. So the fact that Trump himself is going to Egypt tomorrow and is willing to put his reputation to a certain degree on the line is an indication that we can be more hopeful than we were in the past.
And are we certain that the hostage and prisoner exchange will go smoothly, or could there be anything that could trip it up?
We can never.
Businesses everywhere are turning to Gusto for payroll, benefits, and more. Save time. Save money.
we can never be certain about anything, but we can certainly be, we can consider that in the past this has worked well, it has worked smoothly. The ICRC has done an extraordinary job at ensuring that the hostages were released safely and prisoners were released safely. I think the fact that in the agreement it specifically says that there will be no public ceremony and no media exposure to this is probably a relief to the ICRC, because those ceremonies, I think, were difficult to manage, and there was always a danger that something would go wrong. And also, on a human level, I think they were rather difficult for the hostages as well. So the fact that this is being avoided is probably an indication that this will go smoothly, and the ICRC has run this smoothly even in the past. So there's no reason to think this will not work.
Right, and I think that's why there's a lot of optimism, at least for phase one. Phase two is a little bit more complicated. What are the main obstacles in phase two?
Well, there is an extraordinary amount of ambiguity in both the ceasefire agreement and the 20-point peace plan. And if you see the response that Hamas gave in its agreement to sign the ceasefire, how it understands the future of Gaza and how the 20-point peace plan of Trump understands the future of Gaza is quite different. So Hamas speaks of a group of Palestinian experts that have the support of the Palestinian people in terms of future governance of Gaza, while Trump's plan speaks of, yes, Palestinian experts, but backed by an international board headed by Trump with members such as Tony Blair. So it's a very different kind of governance system. The question of the disarmament of Hamas is an absolute central sticking point, and so there is so much to be discussed, unpacked, negotiated here. But that doesn't mean that the ceasefire doesn't matter, because on the ground it makes an extraordinary difference to have a ceasefire, particularly if the crossings are opened and the UN is allowed back into, UN and other international organizations are allowed back in to distribute humanitarian aid. And that is what will make the real difference to the people of Gaza.
Just before you came on, we were speaking to a journalist in Gaza City. I'm not sure if you heard that interview, but we're discussing the Hamas mobilization, redeploying in areas where Israeli troops had withdrawn. What do you think the point of that mobilization is? Is it to provide security from looters, or is it to remind the population that they're still present, or does it send a message to Israel or the United States?
Most likely it does all of the above, right? So I'm not sure necessarily looting. I mean, looting of humanitarian aid would certainly be a problem. There's not, from what we see from the images, there's not much left to loot from the actual destruction and widespread destruction there is of the areas that people are returning to. But there is a sense that one has to maintain law and order, right? You can't have hundreds of thousands of people living in areas without any sense of law and order. So that argument is not, it's not necessarily a sort of a pretend argument for them to use. However, it is also a way of reinstating their authority over the territory and saying that they matter, and reinstating their authority with regards to other Palestinian factions. So all of these reasons are most likely true.
And on Monday, we have this peace summit in Egypt. There are going to be heads of state there from around the world. What do you think the international community will have in terms of responsibility for post-war Gaza? As you mentioned, there's a dispute already on the 20-point peace plan about who will actually govern post-war Gaza. But what role do you think the international leadership and governments will play in the future?
So certain countries have been given, very clear roles. So the United States, Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey now as well come in as key players. I mean, a lot of them have been key players, but they're sort of given a formal role in positions as guarantor. I think Turkey is going to be particularly active in the International Stabilization Force. It has a credible armed forces that can support and can contribute to this force. So those are very clear contributions that these countries will make. What is important is that the United States remains focused on this, right? It is important that President Trump himself remains focused on this, because to a certain degree, if his attention moves to something else, there is the danger that the pressure is relieved from certainly from the Israeli government and also from Hamas, and to make sure that this ceasefire holds. So the concentration, the focus of the United States and of President Trump remains absolutely central here, and other countries will hopefully work to ensure that happens, and start finding the financial and the troops on the ground support for this international stabilization force, which remains still rather vague. We don't know exactly what its job will be and how it will be formed.
And as you refer to it being central, Donald Trump's attention on this peace plan and what comes in the weeks and months to follow, I'm curious how much credibility how much credit he deserves. Do you think maybe next year for the Nobel Peace Prize he would be a strong contender?
I think this focus on the Peace Prize is not very helpful, to be honest with you, in the sense that what matters is that people stop dying. What matters is that the devastation that has occurred in Gaza in the last 2 years comes to an end, and who gets the Peace Prize down the line is not really a point that we should focus on. And I understand, that there is a symbolic value to it, and that it can matter on a personal level. But I think what matters here is that the United States is a necessary actor, particularly with this Israeli government, to ensure that progress is made. Other actors such as Qatar, such as Egypt, such as Turkey are absolutely necessary to ensure that Hamas stays with the peace plan and is willing to make concessions and engage with negotiations in good faith. And that, I think, is far more central than who gets the Nobel Peace Prize next year.
Very well said, Professor. Thank you very much. Professor Harmony Toros joining us from the University of Reading.
All right, we're going to go to another video. We're going to go to another video about Trump's warning to the UK over Chinese spy case. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the omega-3. This is going to help with your cardiovascular health, bring down inflammation, help with your lipid profile, reduce plaque formation, and prevent red blood cells from over-clotting. Vitamin B complex will help with your cellular metabolism, boost up your energy levels, and protect your neurons. Good night formula. Great neural stack to get you into 3 cycles to 5 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep, so you detoxify your central nervous system. You'll be well rested in the morning, and you're consolidating memory. Super important to take. Take it at night, drink it with filtered water. When you have better sleep, your brain function will improve. Plus, you're slowing down the aging process. Another great neural stack is Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will get rid of that brain fog, and it'll allow you to concentrate on tasks. By taking Clarity Factor regularly and drinking filtered water, what's going to happen is that your dendritic connections will improve, your neuroplasticity will improve, your cognition will improve, you're going to be thinking faster, your memory will be better. This is a great stack to help with neural health and to slow down the aging process. And digestive enzyme complex helps to reduce the load on your pancreas so you can digest carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. Super important. And by doing this, you're reducing digestive issues. It'll allow you to absorb your nutrients. This also has bromelain, which is an enzyme that helps to break up clots, and this has the proteolytic enzymes to break up glycoproteins. This is very important to take every day to help with the health of your pancreas, but also to break up glycoproteins. And you're going to need that for the fall and the winter, trust me. So please go to my store and get the digestive enzyme complex. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off.
In administration officials talking about security when this administration and the previous Trump administration were on several occasions quite lax with intelligence and have been somewhat sloppy in terms of their security.
But the paper reports today that the Trump administration has warned Keir Starmer the failure to prosecute two Brits accused of spying for China could threaten intelligence sharing between the UK and the US. The case against Chris Cash and Christopher Berry collapsed last month after the government failed to provide evidence that China was a threat to national security. And both Chris Cash and Christopher Berry deny all accusations. We're now joined by Director of Military Sciences at RUSI, Matthew Saville. Matthew, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon.
How damning is this intervention by the US administration, Matthew?
Well, it's an anonymous quote from an unidentified official, so it's always a bit difficult to know. But it will certainly be uncomfortable for the government, given the difficulty they are having in putting this story to bed, or indeed even explaining what has happened here. And it obviously comes in the context of a number of other frictions with the US administration. So I don't know how alarmed I would be without more context on it, but it certainly adds pressure to the way things are at the moment.
I mean, this official has been quoted as saying that the US government exercises extreme caution in sharing information with foreign governments subject to adversarial coercion and influence. It was not that long ago the Secretary of State for Defense was in a signal group where they accidentally included a journalist and shared plans about military operations in Yemen. Does the US really have the credibility in this instance to stand up and say to the UK, we don't trust the way you share information?
There's certainly... There's certainly a question about the interests on China, but at the same time, yes, there is a heavy irony in administration officials talking about security when this administration and the previous Trump administration were on several occasions quite lax with intelligence and have been somewhat sloppy in terms of their security. The other thing that's happening at the moment in the US is what seems to be a struggle within the US national security and intelligence system, which is, if you like, something of a political struggle over accusations of politicization of intelligence, which this administration is making towards the previous administrations, particularly the Biden one, but at the same time looks on the face of it as retaliation or cracking down on people who might be delivering uncomfortable truths to power. And so there is a question about how other countries deal with the US intelligence and security system at the moment, given it is still enormously important for a number of other international partners.
At the heart of this, and reading the extremely detailed piece in today's Sunday Times, Matthew, is this new Chinese embassy due to be built at the site of the Royal Mint. That is still in the process of being approved. There are a lot of insinuations that part of what we're seeing has to do with the government being able to wave through this building as a super embassy. What are your thoughts on this? How big a role is this embassy playing in what we're seeing?
The embassy appears to be emblematic of the broader challenge, which I think has been accurately described in this reporting, which is that China poses some threats to the UK. It views the international system differently. It views geopolitics differently. And like many countries, including the UK, it conducts espionage aimed at other countries in order to gather information to inform its diplomacy. But China is also an enormous opportunity. It has phenomenal economic weight, considerable business is already done with China, and actually politically, we want to work with China on lots of issues of overlapping or mutual interest. So China doesn't fit into the camp that, say, Russia does, as a kind of international hooligan more interested in breaking things. So the government does have to balance all of these competing interests. The problem is that this story is tremendously unclear as to whether or not it has actually compromised security or indeed de facto interfered in a judicial process to protect political and economic interests.
Perhaps you could shed some light, Matthew, on something that was mentioned in the paper yesterday as well. That this is a breaking of the Official Secrets Act. The idea that you are collecting and passing information to someone who shouldn't have access to that information, anyone, is a breaking of the rules, if I understand it correctly. Why is it so important that China wasn't ascribed as a threat to the UK? Isn't just the mere fact that you passed on information under the Official Secrets Act that shouldn't be passed to anybody enough to see both those individuals be brought to court?
This is the bit of the story that is quite confusing and I suspect quite legalistic, which is that the fact that people misused information that they had obtained should have been, quite compelling evidence, rather than dancing on the head of the pin over this discussion over is China an enemy or not. What is certainly the case is that if this happened now, the National Security Act has a lower threshold and would more easily enable a prosecution. But there is plenty of evidence out there about threats from China, even if you choose not to describe China as an enemy. So there's still, I think, some digging to be done on the exact rationale or decision-making here, and whether there is a degree of buck passing going on. Has there been soft pressure applied? Have some people backed off in the face of finding it difficult to make a compelling case? Is there an issue, in fact, over the use of intelligence in court, which has always been a very fraught process because the intelligence community itself has often been concerned about compromising sources or methods by bringing things to trial, and has therefore been in favour of finding other forms of evidence. So I'm a little bit confused over the exact argument that is taking place because the story has changed several times.
Matthew, thank you for giving us your time. Indeed, I feel there's more to come in this story. That was Matthew Saville, Director of Military Sciences at RUSI.
The government shutdown continues on Capitol Hill with lawmakers out of town for the long holiday weekend. President Trump ordering Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to use all available Pentagon funds to pay service members who would otherwise miss a paycheck this Wednesday. At least 4,100 furloughed federal workers were fired on Friday with promises of more layoffs to come if a deal isn't reached soon. In a moment, we'll be joined by House Speaker Mike Johnson. But first, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Mr. Leader, welcome to Fox News Sunday. Good to have you this morning.
Good to be with you.
Okay, so let's start here. On Friday, your Senate counterparts, the Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, said this: every day gets better for us, talking about the optics of this shutdown. We're all in now. So what's your message to the American people? Do you agree with his view?
Well, House and Senate Democrats have taken a principled position in defense of the American people to protect their health care. We're dealing with a cost of living crisis in this country right now, and we're dealing with a health care crisis. We have repeatedly made clear that we will sit down with anyone, anytime, any place, go back to the White House to have a bipartisan discussion about reopening the government, reaching a spending agreement that actually improves the quality of life of the American people and addresses the health care crisis that threatens tens of millions of people across the country, including in rural America.
But do you agree that the optics of this are, quote, working in your favor or good for you as a party at this point?
This is not about party. This is about the American people. We're dealing with a situation where, as a result of the one big ugly bill that Republicans passed earlier this year, we have the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. Hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing all across the country. If Republicans continue to refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, then tens of millions of people are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, co-pays,
First of
and
all,
deductibles.
Community hospitals and clinics were already financially strapped pre-COVID. They have been going through a buyout through private equity, and there's restructuring, and the private equity, starts to get loans based on the assets of the balance sheet of the hospital and the land that it's on. The hospital has to pay the loan. That loan isn't paid by the private equity company, it's paid by this buyout corporation. And over time, the money that was put in by the private equity will be funneled out of the community hospital to pay back the shareholders of the private equity plus a certain amount. And eventually, it goes belly up. The private equity doesn't care because they made money. They put money in, restructured. If it works, great. If it doesn't, they receive their money back from the loan that a bank gave to these hospitals or these clinics, plus a dividend. So the private equity doesn't care. But this has been a problem since pre-COVID. COVID comes out and it was bolstered up by government funds. Now COVID's done. And these institutions now are having financial problems. But it is independent of what's going on with the shutdown. Why doesn't he bring this up? Why doesn't he bring that these community hospitals have been on the rope since 2016 or earlier?
That will result in health insurance costs doubling or tripling or quadrupling. People are going to face thousands of dollars of additional costs, including in the state that is represented by Speaker Mike Johnson. In fact, in his own district, I believe premiums may increase by about 380%.
Okay, so I want to get to that, but in a minute, first let's talk about the continuing resolution that Democrats are voting against. It's been repeatedly voted against in the Senate. We're now, I think, 8 votes into this. So the New York Times describes the bill this way. They say Democrats have misused budget jargon to assail the Republican budget proposal as dirty, but the bill is considered clean, meaning all it does is extend current funding levels for, I believe, about 7 weeks is what the Republicans are proposing. The Democrats say you want to undo part of what Republicans call the big, beautiful bill, that you want to add money back for things like NPR. And that's at the cost of funding the troops, funding air traffic controllers, funding SNAP benefits. So what's the message to the American people about why you won't vote for this clean measure where you could continue to negotiate these things instead, kind of holding it hostage in Republicans' verbiage to these other interests that are partisan in nature?
Well, Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And unfortunately, they've made the decision to take a my way or the highway approach. We've repeatedly made clear we want to sit down, reopen the government, and negotiate a bipartisan path forward.
They do control all of those bodies, but they do need Senate votes from Democrats, and they've had some in order to move something there.
Which is why there should be a bipartisan negotiation. Now, my friends on the other side of the aisle, they seem to believe that healthcare is an extraneous issue. We don't believe it's an extraneous issue. It's a central issue. This is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And people throughout this country should be able to afford to go see a doctor when they need one for themselves, their family, their children. We're fighting.
He also doesn't tell you, because he's a Keynesian, that the United States is the wealthiest country in the world, but it's the most indebted too. $37 trillion in debt. So are you really rich? Or did you just borrow the money? It's like living like a king, but it's all on a credit card.
Couples, which in this particular moment in time, for instance, a couple that makes $88,000 a year currently receives tax credits connected to the Affordable Care Act, pays about $8,000 a year, which is already too expensive. But if we allow the Affordable Care Act tax credits to expire, their costs will triple to $24,000 a year. That's unacceptable. And by the way, the states that are most affected are all states that Donald Trump has won. In fact, I think it's the top 5 states are West Virginia, Wyoming, Alaska, Mississippi, and Tennessee. So this is not a partisan fight for us. We're fighting for everyday Americans, working class Americans, and middle class Americans, by the way, who are also dealing with a cost of living crisis in this country because costs are far too high. Life has gotten more expensive this year, not less, despite the Republican promise that they were going to lower costs on day one.
So a couple of things. If Republicans say, listen, as part of the CR, that's not the conversation to have. That issue comes up later in the year. Would you be willing to vote on a CR moving forward with assurances that you would address the subsidies at some point? Because a number of Republicans say they agree with you that they're going to need to do that. So what deal do you need right now to be a yes vote on a clean CR?
Well, first of all,
we're not here to follow the old rules of money. We're here to write the new ones. And when you money like us, we all win. Money like a woman. Or me.
Well, first of all, we don't view the current bill as anything other than a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the healthcare of the American people.
It's at levels that you guys have already agreed to. A number of Democrats voted for this extension back in March. It's not adding or detracting anything. It's just continuing the levels of spending that currently exist.
Actually, it's not at levels that we agreed to. Democrats strongly oppose this legislation in the House because, in our view, it gut veterans' health care, gut funding for women, infants, and children programming, gut funding for affordable housing. And we know we have a housing crisis in this country.
Just to be clear, though, it's not changing current. It's not changing current levels. Nothing's getting cut. It's at levels that you may not like, but it's about extending levels as they currently exist. Fair?
Right. We agree that current spending levels are unacceptable, and it also incorporates massive cuts that have occurred over the last several months and cuts funding for local law enforcement grants to support police officers by $500
So what he's basically
million.
saying, is that he's not going to accept anything unless there's more spending. Liberal.
A variety of different challenges that we have with respect to this partisan Republican spending bill. But the main one is that we're facing this healthcare crisis. Open enrollment starts on November 1st. Tens of millions of Americans are receiving notices right now that their premiums, copays, and deductibles are about to explode, which is why we need to address it. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene agrees that we have to address this health insurance crisis right now.
Okay, so let's talk about an analysis of these enhanced Obamacare subsidies and where we are, because you mentioned a number of figures there. They were passed, of course, under the Biden administration in 21, extended in 22. They were about being a temporary measure to help us through the COVID emergency. So here's what an analysis over at the Federalist says. Now, this is based on data from the Kaiser Family Foundation, which tracks all this healthcare stuff. They say if the enhanced subsidies go away, the federal government would still pay for the vast majority of premium costs. The federal government would fund, quote, only 78% of the premiums as opposed to 88% of the total premium under the enhanced subsidies. So that means taxpayers will still be footing nearly 80% of the cost of the premiums. Should we be having a broader conversation about the fact that Obamacare was supposed to make everything more affordable, and yet that is the U.S. taxpayer, you and me, and everybody who goes to work out there who is footing nearly 80% of the cost of these premiums, even if the subsidies expire?
More than 70% of the American people agree that we need to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits because they are making a meaningful difference in the lives of the American people. We do need to have a broader conversation about fixing our broken healthcare system, and we want to do that in a bipartisan way. It's unacceptable in our view that legislation was passed by Republicans earlier this year that is actually triggering the closure of hospitals and nursing homes and community-based health centers throughout the country disproportionately.
Just close them. If they're not functioning properly, if they can't, if they can't be profitable or at least break even, close them. And then people will say, well, where's the health care? Well, you know what? Maybe Americans need to look in the mirror and say, majority of the problems that you have are due to lifestyle. Too fat, lose weight. Have diabetes, stop eating the sugar. Have cardiovascular disease, maybe you should walk around and do some weight training and eat properly. And guess what? $100 billion would be saved annually in healthcare. But Americans want to just pop a pill and just say, oh, if they have a disease, then they're just going to go to the doctor. Most of the time, you don't even need a doctor unless it's an emergency, like a broken leg or something like that. All right? Car accident. But the far majority of the statins that are being issued and the beta blockers and the metformin and all that crap, that is almost 100% due to lifestyle. So let them close. Americans need to look in the mirror and say, part of the healthcare issue that we have, part of it, a big part, is because of the lifestyle choices that made us unhealthy. Another part of it is that the cost of educating for doctors and nurses is too high. Another aspect to it is that these hospitals cost too much to run. That's where you need to squeeze out the costs. And get the individuals healthy. That's the reason why I keep on saying, get healthy, boost up your immune system, slow down the aging process, have more vitality. It's a win-win. The society in general will benefit because it's spending less in healthcare. And you will benefit, the individuals will benefit because you are healthier. Or would you rather listen to a liberal saying spend more money where the outcomes don't mean it, the outcomes are terrible. Spending more money doesn't make us healthier. But a stupid liberal that has a stupid policy that will lead for us to have more debt.
Rural America. We also need to talk about the fact that hundreds of thousands of veterans rely on the Affordable Care Act tax credits in order to ensure that they have access.
When we squeeze out the costs of healthcare and people are becoming healthier, then we'll have more money to make sure that all of our veterans are taken care of. And that their healthcare is 100% covered. But you can't do that when you're spending it for stupid stuff that is completely avoidable.
To a doctor when they need one for themselves, for their children, and for their families. We also need to lower the high cost of living. I agree entirely. Costs are way too high. America's too expensive. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Electricity bills are through the roof all across America. And
you know why? You know why? Electricity is more expensive because we're spending it on stupid AI. You know why? Because we haven't been investing in our grid, electric grid. You know why the prices are so high for other goods and services? Because we kept on spinning at the Federal Reserve to bail out stupid policies by the liberals. Never-ending wars in the Middle East. Thank you, neocons.
Who are facing dramatically increased healthcare costs because of the refusal of some of my friends on the other side of the aisle to even have a conversation about extending the Affordable Care Act tax credit. That's not acceptable.
Why should we even have a conversation with these stupid liberals? All they do is spend more money.
We will pick up the conversation there with the speaker. Mr. Minority Leader, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Compagno.
Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany.
All right, let's see what the
3 weekdays.
I can find. That wasn't the speaker. I haven't seen that video yet. It's not posted yet. All right, let's go to Lindsey Graham here. But before we go to Lindsey Graham, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the complete multivitamin. These multivitamins have the cofactors for proper enzymatic activity for your cells, so your cells will perform better. This is easy to digest. Take it every day, and you will have your enzymes work more efficiently. Also take it with a probiotic. You can get it in powdered form or in a veggie cap form. Taking a good probiotic is going to help with your metabolism, help with your immune system, even help with your brain function and your skin. So please go to my store, get the probiotics, and take it with the complete multivitamin. That's a great foundation to start getting healthy and slow down the aging process. Also, I have ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. There's nothing better than at my store when it comes to CoQ10. So ubiquinol can soak up free radicals, help with the health of the mitochondria. Your energy levels are going to improve, and ubiquinol will protect your neurons. Resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression, helps to soak up free radicals, also helps the basal layer of your skin so you look younger, and it helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. Please go to my store and get the resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. Please go to my store, use discount 5 to get $5 off any order.
Welcome back. Joining me now is Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. Senator Graham, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. Let's start with the big story, the Middle East. Again, just heard me talking about it with both of my prior guests. On this program in July, Senator, you said, quote, "There's no way you're going to negotiate an end of this war with Hamas." Do you believe that this deal will bring a lasting peace in Gaza?
No. Well, I hope so. And I said in July. Now, what happened since July to now, basically, is that the IDF has obliterated Hamas as we know it. So hats off to Witkoff and Jared and the president. The Arabs came in unlike any time before to push for the ceasefire. The Israelis have accepted things they had not accepted before. But the ceasefire is coming. There's a perfect storm for peace brewing in the Mideast. But whether or not Hamas will disarm, whether or not there will be control of Gaza after this ceasefire that we can all live with is a very big question. There are 3 pieces of the puzzle. Iran, which is the weakest they've been since 1979. The Arabs, which are closer to Trump than any time I can remember in the Mideast, closest to the president. And Israel, who trusts Trump a lot. So all these things fall together, but there'll never be peace in the Mideast until you deal with Hezbollah and Lebanon and the Houthis, because they're proxies of Iran. But I'm excited about tomorrow. This will be a great day to get the hostages away from their bondage and their torture. And hopefully that will build to a lasting peace, but we have a long way to go. I still don't trust Hamas any further than I can throw them.
Yes. Well, Senator, as you laid this out, there are still a lot of complicated steps that need to be taken. President Trump's 20-point plan, as you know, opens the door for Palestinian statehood. But Prime Minister Netanyahu said this, he said, quote, "We are firmly opposed to a Palestinian state, even after signing the plan." So, Senator, let me ask you, does Israel need to accept a 2-state solution in order for any peace to be enduring?
No.
To my friend.
So handsome.
I think, I can't buy this. What's wrong?
Hang on there. Actually, you can. You're empowering.
To my friends in Israel, there will not be normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel unless we come up with a plan to allow the Palestinians to have an independent, sovereign country that doesn't threaten Israel. to my Western European friends and allies. There'll never be a Palestinian state after October the 7th, as previously envisioned. The borders will have to change to make sure Israel's never attacked again. It won't be a state, it will be more like an emirate. It will probably be a protectorate of Saudi Arabia. But to those who want to annex the West Bank, if you tried to do that in Israel, you'd blow all this up. To those who want to push a state on Israel as if October the 7th never happened, you're going to fail miserably. But I do believe there's a pathway forward to an independent, sovereign Palestine that Israel can accept and live with. But that's going to take
He's
a lot
not
of
getting
work.
to, this is what I've been saying from day one. He's not getting to the root cause. The root cause is this. Who is going to be in control of the Temple Mount? It's not West Bank. It's not Gaza. It's about the Temple Mount. But if they keep on not focusing on it, what Israel's going to do is going to start kicking ass. They're going to push people out of Gaza. They're going to be pushing people out of West Bank, and eventually they're going to take control of the Dome of the Rock. That's what's going to happen. Now, is that going to happen next year? This year? I don't know. 5 years from now? The longer you wait, the more killing there will be. It'll be more expensive and more deadly, and the more of the world will be involved.
That's possible until you get rid of Hezbollah, because Hezbollah will do the same thing in the future to blow this up as Hamas did in the past. So you got to keep Iran in the box.
All right, I do want to turn to another war that President Trump has been focused on trying to end, the war in Ukraine. Of course, Senator, it has been 58 days now since President Trump and President Putin met in Alaska. Russia has only stepped up its attacks against Ukraine. On Saturday, President Zelensky renewed his plea to President Trump for long-range missiles. Do you believe the United States should supply more weapons to Ukraine right now, including those Tomahawk long-range missiles?
Absolutely. I want more weapons in the hands of the Ukrainians to increase the cost of the war to Putin, hit his refineries, go into Russia deep, and be able to destroy his oil infrastructure. He cannot prosecute this war, Putin, without oil and gas revenue. There's two ways to deal with that. Have the Ukrainians use military force to degrade his ability to produce and sell oil, but also to go to the international community, China, India, and Brazil, and have them stop buying cheap Russian oil. President Trump put a 25% tariff on India for buying cheap Russian oil, which keeps the war going. I hope the Europeans will follow his lead and will focus on China next. Until you deal with the revenue that Putin gets from oil and gas, this war won't end. But long-range missiles will change the calculation militarily, and we need to go after Putin's customers in a strong way. Secondly, we don't talk enough about this. There are 19,000 plus children being kidnapped by Russia in the occupied territories. Our First Lady Melania has been talking to the Russians, and 6 children have been released. I want to tell you today on your program that on October the 22nd, a couple of weeks from now, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee will mark up my bill along with many others, making Russia a state sponsor of terrorism under United States law unless they release these almost 20,000 children. We're going to do that October the 22nd. And as to my sanctions bill with 85 co-sponsors allowing the president to tariff people who buy cheap Russian oil, I want to vote on that, a designated date for a vote by the end of October to put more pressure.
All right, a lot of news, and you heard it here first, Senator. Thank you for that. I want to turn to the big issue.
I find this woman such a dipshit. Please go to my store so you're not a dipshit like her. Get the vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 will help with gene expression because D3 is a gene expression cofactor. Also, vitamin D3 helps with your cardiovascular health and helps with bone structure. If you're doing resistance training, helps to absorb calcium. Vitamin D3 also helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis, especially if they're infected. So please take my advice and get the vitamin D3 and make sure you're taking it during the fall and the winter. You're going to need it. And oh, by the way, if you stack it with vitamin K2, MK7, And vitamin D3, that's a great way to reduce the severity of what's coming in the fall. Another great product that I have is nattokinase. This helps to break up clots, helps with your lipid profile, helps with your cardiovascular health. Should be taking it every day. But guess what? There's this thing called the S1 and S2 subunit that people are going to be getting in the fall and the winter. And that does things to your blood cells, causes them to clot. And guess what? If you overclot, that could be really bad for you. You need nattokinase to break up clots because it's fibrinolytic. Get the nattokinase for the fall and the winter. Take my advice or don't take my advice. But if you don't take my advice, most likely bad things will happen to you.
Facing Congress back at home. Of course, the Trump administration this week announcing mass layoffs in the face of this shutdown. Thousands of federal employees impacted. Your Republican colleague, Senator Lisa Murkowski, called the layoffs punitive and said they would hurt hard-working Americans. Senator, do you support these mass layoffs, which are not required under the rules of a shutdown?
I think JD got it right. When you don't have any really money come in, you gotta make some decisions. I'm glad we're trying to find a way to pay the military. But what about the FBI? What about the CIA? What about the Secret Service? You know, we shut the government down for 35 days, Republicans trying to force the Democrats to build a border wall. Well, we eventually got the wall built, but not because we shut down the government. The subsidies that we're talking about here, if the Affordable Care Act is so affordable, why every time I turn around are we spending $350 billion to keep it afloat? Whether the government shut down or not, I'm not going to vote to extend these subsidies without great reform. And to my Democratic colleagues like Mark Kelly, who I like a lot, I'm not going to talk to you with the government shut down.
Well, Senator, though, going back to this idea of layoffs, you talked about that shutdown back in 2019, 35 days, no workers were laid off. Why is it necessary now when it wasn't necessary then? Is this anything more than a political ploy?
Yeah, well,
My name's Todd Prather. I've been an environmental health and safety manager for the past 15 years. I identified active release techniques because I have a
Yeah, well, you had 4 years of Biden where the government grew in a bunch of areas. It got very kind of out of line with common sense. So I think Trump's going to look at a chance to clean up the mess that Biden created in terms of growing the federal government, putting in policies in the federal government that we don't like. It can only survive if you have people implementing the policies. I don't want anybody to lose their job because of a shutdown. I hate it when people get furloughed. I hate it the military can't get paid, the FBI. I hate all that. I'm willing to vote to open the government up tomorrow. To my Democratic friends, I am not going to vote to extend these subsidies. It costs $350 billion. If you make over $400,000, you get subsidies for your health care. Let's have a rational discussion, but not with the government shut down. It's up to you. If you want to keep it shut down, fine. It's not going to change how I approach health care.
Let me finally ask you about
Meet the Press, brought to you by liberals that think they're highly educated from elite schools, but yet they got everything wrong in terms of the crisis in 2020. The biggest event in the last 150 years. Bigger than World War I, bigger than World War II. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Take it every day. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink it with filtered water. Do it every day and detoxify your body. By detoxifying your body regularly, you're helping your immune system, your endocrine system, even your brain function, and other bodily systems like your kidney and your liver, even your cardiovascular system. So please take my advice, detoxify your body. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Another great way to detoxify your body and build muscle, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals is to take the gladiator barley. This is a high-density protein. You can't get this at a regular store. This is special stuff. There's a lot of micronutrients in this. Take it every day. This is a month's supply. And do some resistance training. You're going to gain muscle quicker. This stacks really well with Myotrol, which helps with gene expression to build muscle. Gladiator barley will bring down inflammation. That's going to help your vascular system, your immune system, your endocrine system, your brain function, even your joints. Help you to recover quicker after your workout, soak up free radicals, and it helps to detoxify your body. Super important. Detoxifying your body regularly is super important. Drink filtered water and stay away from processed foods. You can stack the zeolite and the gladiator barley together. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, detoxify that body, improve your immune system and your endocrine system. And guess what? That's a great way to build up your body so you can weather what's coming in the fall and the winter.
Indictments that we have seen, the indictment against Letitia James and James Comey as well. NBC News again has confirmed that that post that President Trump put on Truth Social was actually meant to be a private message to Pam Bondi. Do you think it's appropriate for the president to direct his attorney general to indict whoever he said?
Well, I think it's appropriate for Comey to answer for his conduct. 5 years ago at a hearing we had in 2020, when I asked him, why didn't you tell the court about exculpatory information where the CIA gave a memo to Strzok and Comey saying that there was intel that Hillary Clinton's campaign was creating the false narrative that Russia and Trump were working together. The man who created the Steele dossier recanted it in February, and Comey kept using the document to get warrants. So yeah, I think the grand jury is doing the right thing. And Trump got indicted 91 times, 3 days after he announced for president in February 15th, 2020.
Senator, I'm asking.
91 indictments in foreign jurisdictions.
But Senator, I'm asking about right now and this sitting president's actions right now. It's worth noting that James.
Well, the grand jury indicted them, not yet.
Well, James Comey and Letitia James have said that they are both said that they are innocent of these crimes that they've been accused of. But Senator,
they'll have a chance to prove it.
To the appearance, though, Senator, the fact that President Trump publicly called for his attorney general to indict people. Do you think that crosses a line between the Justice Department being independent from the executive branch?
I think our Justice Department in the hands of Biden crossed every line there is to cross. I think within 3 days of announcing he was going to run for president in 2024, he did that in 2020.
But what about Trump?
He had 91 indictments.
What about?
Yeah.
This is the thing I don't like about her.
The grand jury's going to take care of this. But
she thinks she's so smart, you know? She's just a stupid ass.
Made up charges that no one's ever faced.
But Senator Biden never publicly called for Trump to be indicted.
He had Biden regretted that they didn't do it before the election. Jack Smith surveilled my phone records and 8 other senators. Jack Smith introduced his brief against Trump October the 24th before the 2024 election, violating every protocol just to politicize the election.
So wait. So Arctic Frost was surveilling senators, but you have liberals on Times Radio, on MSNBC, on Meet the Press, on NBC. Oh, that's no big deal. Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about the overreach of the deep state and weaponizing the FBI, weaponizing the DOJ. No, let's not talk about that. Because Donald Trump's a bad guy, and we have to talk about bad guys all the time. Liberals, the liberal media, the intellectual establishment, they're all bullshit.
This may bother you that people are being held accountable. It doesn't bother me one damn bit.
And you're referencing the fact that the FBI obtained what has been referred to as basic information, date, time, length of call. Senator, we covered a lot of ground.
2 weeks before the election.
We covered Senator, we covered a lot of ground, as we always do. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
I can't stand her. Can't stand her. Absolutely cannot stand her. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen so you don't look like a crazy liberal. Collagen is dual purpose. You take it every day. It's a powder. It's a month's supply. This is going to help your skin, your hair, and your nails. It'll also help with your joint health and your cartilage. It will help with your musculature and your bone density. So please take the collagen every day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. I take it with soft foods. And another great way to detoxify your body is to take the heirloom barley. Now, heirloom barley is a little different than the gladiator barley, and that is it's not focused on building muscle. It's more focused on detoxifying your body, bringing down that inflammation and soaking up those free radicals. And like I said, that's going to help your endocrine system and your immune system and help your body get into homeostasis. And by bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing cardiovascular disease. And by bringing down inflammation at the cerebral level, you're reducing damage to neurons. So please, take my advice, take the heirloom barley. You can stack it with the collagen. This is a great stack. That way you're helping with your skin, your musculature, your joint health, your hair, your nails, and you're detoxifying your body with the heirloom barley, helping with your immune system, your endocrine system, vascular system, and brain function. Get healthy. If you follow my advice, you're going to do a lot better. So please go to my store and get these very high quality supplements. Make sure you use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you follow my advice and you've been doing this for a while, you will be able to look younger. You will feel better. You'll have more vitality. And when you have more vitality, the years you do have on this planet, which are limited, you will enjoy more. Don't be a stupid liberal. Okay. Another guy that I cannot stand is Ali. I met Ali. Belshi, Canadian. Another dipshit. Another liberal dipshit.
What you looking at, babe?
Cars on cars.com.
What's wrong with this one?
I just got promoted, so I'm looking for something more. Ciao.
The Supreme Court is set to hear oral arguments this week in a case that could disenfranchise voters even more than the current Republican redistricting frenzy. The case is just the latest in a series of attacks on the Voting Rights Act, which is known as one of the crown jewels of the civil rights movement. The case, Louisiana versus Calais, challenges a congressional map that Louisiana adopted in 2024 to comply with the Voting Rights Act. That map created 2 majority black districts. Now, it's hard to see because it looks like one, but it's the big purple thing in the middle. Out of a total of 6 districts in Louisiana, you can see them too. The 2 majority black districts are the 2nd and the 6th district. The previous map had only 1 majority black district, even though Louisiana's black Louisianans make up 1/3 of the state's population. That's the kind of thing the Voting Rights Act was meant to address. So in 2022, a group of 12 black Louisiana voters came together, went to federal court, and argued that having just 1 majority black district violated Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. Now, Section 2 is the most powerful remaining provision in the Voting Rights Act because in 2013, in the Supreme Court decision Shelby versus Holder, it swept away the other key provisions of the Voting Rights Act. So Section 2 is essentially the only thing keeping this crucial civil rights law alive. It outlaws election practices that deny or limit voting rights that are based on race. It applies to election practices like racial gerrymandering, ballot access, and voter registration restrictions. Without Section 2, the Voting Rights Act is essentially moot. So the group of black voters in this lawsuit argued that the congressional map with just 1 majority black district limited their voting power. The new map with 2 majority black districts was meant to fix that, 2 out of 6. But a group of self-described non-African American voters is trying to turn this argument on its head, making their own argument that the new map with 2 majority black districts is essentially violating their civil rights and counts as racial discrimination against non-black voters. They claim the map sorts voters primarily by race in violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, which says that
There should be, districts should not be divided up based on race. They should be bounced out of the the whole court system should basically say you can't do this. This is crazy. See, here's the problem with this whole disparate theory. When blacks keep on saying they need special provisions because of systemic racism. Wait. If there's systemic racism, why is there more millionaire blacks and billionaire blacks than ever before in American history? If it was that racist, no, what it is that a lot of people aren't taking advantage of the many programs that are given to them to rise up the socioeconomic ladder. And then they have behavioral problems. And when they have behavioral problems at home and in school, people don't learn, and it's a downward spiral. It's that simple. Pull up your pants, brush your teeth, make your bed, and stay in school. And you'll do better. But they don't want to do that. They would rather listen to Ph.D, do their TikTok, be a gangbanger. That's the problem. So they want to pretend, they want to shift the blame and say, oh, it's systemic racism that they look like a slob. They act like a slob. Why is it that blacks actually looked better when they dressed and had better etiquette in public back in the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s than they do now? They have more opportunities. You had affirmative action and DEI and, individuals that are kowtowing to the black race, especially during the BLM movement. No, they want to shift blame. They want to blame people for their lack of putting in the effort. The United States is more colorblind than ever before. Oh, they don't have the same equal opportunities. Well, maybe you need to stay in school. Maybe you need to learn how to speak English. Maybe you need to know how to dress. That's the problem right there, in a nutshell. But of course, the liberal from Canada won't say anything like that. But he's got a TV show.
Shall, quote, deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws, end quote. That essentially guarantees that states will apply laws equally to all people within their jurisdiction. The state of Louisiana and the Trump administration have backed that argument, asking the Supreme Court to declare the 2024 map in Louisiana unconstitutional. If the court rules their way, that would set a precedent, effectively canceling out Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, signaling that states no longer need to comply.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? We're supposed to be colorblind, not color-centric. It's about meritocracy. It's about getting your shit together and being a productive citizen. God, country, and family. It starts with those pillars. So what we're actually seeing is this is another data point showing that there was a need for affirmative action to set the momentum so we have a pluralist society where it's about merit. All right, now we need to roll back those provisions because now it's up to them. If they want to learn something, they need to learn it. They need to take the initiative. Either learn it formally in a school or learn it on YouTube or learn it, through other means like going to a library. Mankind has more knowledge that's free to learn anything, nuclear physics to industrial design to home economics. It doesn't matter. You can learn anything for free now. Anything. So there's zero reason why someone doesn't have skills. Zero. There's zero reason. But they want to say it's systemic racism. No, I think this is a good idea. A great idea is to stop provisions that were aligned with affirmative action, because we are living in a different world now. We're living in a different era now. And that if they put in the effort, they act appropriately, if they have the proper behavior, they can be very successful. It's not a guarantee, but you increase your probability by 1,000% versus being a gangbanger and stealing from Foot Locker. No, the liberals want to say, we need more programs to make sure that we have a race-based policy. Not a colorblind policy, not a policy of pull up your pants, brush your teeth, make your bed, and be a good citizen. No, we gotta create systems where it's gonna help a particular race. What the Democratic Party really wants to do is to keep the black person on their urban plantation and vote Democrat. They don't care about you. They just want your vote. It's sad. It's really sad on what's happening. And some blacks have woken up to it and they actually started voting Republican. And they pull up their pants and brush their teeth and work hard and learn and are and trying to be good citizens and raising a family. So which policy should we have? The DrPaulCottrell policy, where it's about meritocracy, or the Ali Velshi policy, where it's all liberalism, kowtowing, pushing a BLM agenda? Let's listen to the Canadian.
The very provision designed to protect minority voters and ensure that American citizens have fair representation. According to a report by Fair Fight Action and the Black Voters Matter Fund, such a ruling could flip up to 19 congressional seats from blue to red. Democratic representatives in Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Mississippi could all have their seats eliminated or consolidated.
People don't understand. Think about this. The Democratic Party, if you look at who's a Republican and who's a Democrat when they're voting for the presidential election, the country is slightly skewed to one or the other depending on the general election that we're talking about. But in this case, the general election for 2024, the popular vote was more Republican. In the West Coast and the East Coast, especially in high density areas like New York and LA, but even Chicago, which is Midwest, you have a very high density of voters that are Democrat. So at population density areas, you have Democrats. If you look at the individual counties, which there are over 3,400 of them, I think it's over 3,500, only about 500 of the 3,500 counties go Democrat. That means 3,000 or a little bit more than 3,000 counties are Republican. Now, let that sink in. You have a population that's slightly skewed Republican. You have a county level that is extremely Republican by an order of magnitude. And you have holdouts in high density areas in the urban setting that are Democrat. Okay? So what these policies are happening is it's now aligning to the real stats at the county level on really what's going on with Republicans and Democrats. This country is not Democrat, it's Republican, for sure, for sure. But there is a perception. There's a perception that it is a Democrat because of the high density areas like New York, Chicago, LA, DC. There's more Republicans. And then people would say, well, what about the composition at the Senate level and at the House of Representatives? It's almost 50-50, slightly skewed to one side or the other, right? Reason for that is that these states that have these high density areas have a lot of electoral college votes, like New York or California. If California went red and Texas stays red, Democrats will never win a general election for the presidency for a long time because of how many electoral votes that California has. There's only like just a few key states that if the Democrats lose, the country is all red. New York is one of them. California is the other. So the point that I'm making here is that when you're playing around with immigration, when you're playing around with the census, what's the real citizen count to justify a particular representation in the House of Representatives? And I would say that New York is overrepresented based on a real population of the citizenry. Not a fake one because of illegal immigration and playing with numbers. So the representation that you're seeing in the House is largely because of a falsehood from the Democratic Party. And they have to play these games with the changing the boundaries for certain regions to try to get it to be blue just enough so they maintain power. But the country in general is Republican. Now it makes you wonder, like, why is Maine so important? Why is Idaho so important? And Iowa, right? Especially during the primaries. Because that's the pulse of America, not New York. Even though big finance and all that is really important, and I would say that New York is the heartbeat of the United States in terms of the kineticness of the country. But it's not the consciousness of the political scene. The United States is much more Republican than is explained in the news. I was shocked when I started diving into the details about how many counties were actually Republican. So hopefully the Democrats will lose in this lawsuit and we'll actually have fair regions that are redistrict that allow for a true representation of its citizens. But if you start playing around with the boundaries because of race, that should be automatically illegal.
Like Louisiana, Georgia, North Carolina, Texas, and Florida might retain at least one Democratic seat, but their Democratic delegations would shrink dramatically. Congress would also become significantly less diverse. The report warns, quote, if legislators cannot consider race to remedy racial discrimination in voting, the Congressional Black Caucus could lose up to 30% of its members, while the Congressional Hispanic Caucus could lose up to 11% of its members, end quote.
So what?
States.
So what? So what? When in Rome, be the Roman. So what? What's the big deal if the Black Caucus goes belly up? Or the Latino caucus goes belly up? We're supposed to be racial blind. It's about merit. It's about how you contributing, not about how you're going to take, how you band together and take. Is it we the people, or is it we the small group in the Black Caucus and how we're going to try to get reparations from we the people?
Consider race to remedy racial discrimination. How else would you remedy racial discrimination without considering race?
Why do we assume that there's racial discrimination? I mean, the Supreme Court already said that enough is enough for affirmative action. You have representatives now. If you truly are honest with the history and the trajectory of color blindness in the United States, you're going to realize that there are more opportunities as long as you put in the effort and have a little bit of luck, but you put in the effort and you behave in the society. If you're Black, male or female, you can succeed in this country. You can learn anything you want. But when you're living in an environment where there's misbehavior, you're living in an environment that's unsafe, and you're living in an environment that doesn't hold to the values of God, country, and family, and hard work, and perseverance. And it's more focused on the rap culture, then don't be surprised that that group of people are in a lower area of the socioeconomic scale, and they don't think very well. It's not racism. It's putting in the effort. Now, was there racism decades ago? Yes. There's not racism now. There's not racism now. You're fucking kidding me. Everywhere on every show that you watch on TV has some sort of mixed race couple. I mean, get real. It's not. We don't have a racist society anymore. They keep on playing that trope. So bromide. I mean, this guy is the definition of bromide rhetoric.
They're not lost on the group fighting to preserve the Voting Rights Act in Louisiana. They wrote, quote, removing Section 2's protections in Louisiana will not end discrimination there or lead to a race-blind society, but it may well lead to a severe decrease in minority representation at all levels of government in many parts of the country, end quote. After a quick break, I'll talk to the great Reverend Al Sharpton. He's standing by. Don't go anywhere.
The great Reverend Sharpton. Tax evasion. Great, like Kitchen said, it's amazing what kind of person you can be to become a reverend. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. get the Boomer Boost and don't be a stupid Ali Velshi or a Reverend Sharpton. The Boomer Boost is going to give you the energy that you need. It's going to have a steady burn of energy. It's going to help to speed up your metabolism. It also helps with brain function, so you're not a stupid liberal. It'll help with your cardiovascular health, your musculature. And by taking this regularly, you're going to notice that you're slowing down the aging process. It's helping with your immune system, your endocrine system. It's a very powerful supplement. This is a month supply. You can stack it with the heirloom barley or gladiator barley. A great way to stack this is with C60, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans, and the Max 35 with the probiotic and the multivitamin. These are great ways to stack to slow down the aging process. So if you want to get healthy and you start feeling the effects of this within 72 hours, take the Boomer Boost and take it every day. Very powerful. Very, very powerful. And if you're an athlete, take it for your pre or post-workout fuel source. And you'll notice that your performance in sports is increasing. But you can take this even if you're not an athlete. But you'll benefit from it. And what's going to happen is that within 72 hours, you're going to have more vitality. And when you have more vitality, you're going to be moving around more. And you're just going to have a better life. And then you'll have these positive externalities like a better immune system and a better endocrine system, or a better brain function. So please go to my store, do some resistance training, do some cardio, some stretching, balancing, and take the Boomer Boost. Very important. Well, let's listen to Al Sharpton, the genius, who wants to keep on pushing that we're living in the 1960s during the race riots. Meanwhile, he's not paying attention that there has been more spent on trying to uplift Black communities the last 40 years. He doesn't want to mention that. And that many individuals have now received college education, have moved up the ladder in society, built businesses, are working for corporate America, are athletes, executives, but they still want more. They still want more. These people, like Al Sharpton, are still pretending that Martin Luther King is still alive and the civil rights movement was just starting. They're living in a different era. The United States is so far ahead of it, it's so far beyond this issue, but they still want to just keep on drumming up the same tropes. I'll tell you why. They want Black people to vote in a block because they know that if they vote in a block, they have a better chance of maintaining seats for the Democratic Party. And two, they're pushing for reparations to get those Blacks to vote for them. Now, we don't have racism now, but I guarantee you that if you hear about your tax dollars going to individuals that are Black, that's racism in itself. And you're going to end up resurrecting racism if there's reparations.
Right now at Raymore Flanagan Sleep Center, save up to $600 on Stearns & Foster adjustable sets and more.
Joining me now, my friend, the Reverend Al Sharpton. He's the host of Politics Nation here on MSNBC. He's the president and founder of the National Action Network. And he works a long day, so I'm always appreciative when you're on the show, Rev. I think you have to think about this two ways, right? There's the diminishing of Black voting power in America that the Voting Rights Act was meant to help. There's also this idea that this is so politically motivated that it could lock in Republican control of the House far longer than that would normally be because of voting powers. And there's two big problems to this case.
Yes, I think you identified both of them correctly. Let's remember the context of the Voting Rights Act and Section 2 was because blacks had been discriminated against, because there were all kinds of
Right. And that era, we had that problem. We aren't in that era anymore, therefore you don't need it. And this is the very point that the Supreme Court was making with affirmative action. There was a time where you needed it. Now there's a time you don't. And then they try to repackage it as DEI. And guess what? Society pushed back. They were tired of the woke bullshit. So I don't disagree with Al Sharpton that there was a time in the history of the United States that this was needed. The question is, do you need it now? And the answer is no.
Us the right to vote. How many jelly beans in a jar, all kinds of craziness that robbed us of our right to vote. That the Voting Rights Act was to remedy that, and to say that you must have race as a factor to be fair because you're remedying you being unfair was how it came into being. So how do you now reverse that or drop that by saying, well, it was all right to be unfair?
No. There was a moment in time that it was needed. That moment has gone and passed. That's the point here. That's the point. Now they'll say, well, not everybody's a billionaire. Not every black person's a billionaire. So it must be systemic racism. No, it's gotten to the point where black people will need to brush their teeth, pull up their pants, make their bed, and work hard. Just like every other race. It's about getting it done. Not expecting a handout. You got to work hard. That's the way it is. Stop misbehaving in school. So many programs have been dished out, and American taxpayers have been paying to uplift the black community. It's gotten to the point where, one, we have a much more colorblind society than we had in 1960s. There are many blacks that are successful. Many communities have merged in a more multicultural way. But you have a lot of people out there that go, well, we want more. We want more. We don't want to try too hard. So what he's basically doing is promoting the welfare state. Meanwhile, he's a multimillionaire. Okay, we have systemic racism. How did he become a multimillionaire? There's a lot of whites that are multimillionaires. I thought there was white privilege. He was able to rise up the socioeconomic ladder because he put the effort. He's on a mainstream media talking about this. Do you think that would have happened in the 1964? Do you think that would have happened in 1954 or 1944? No. So here, rich guy pushing a liberal agenda saying that you have to have policies so you can keep control or add control to the Democratic Party. This isn't about blacks. This is about control for the Democratic Party. Isn't it rich, multimillionaire, telling you that blacks still need a handout?
When everything is not equal, we still economically where we are not. living in all the districts around Louisiana. This is the case we're talking about. When you're dealing with mortgage racism and all of that.
Oh, wait. Is there really mortgage racism? If you don't have the means to pay for the mortgage, do you think that the bank should be giving it to you? Oh, you're not in every single district? Well, wait a minute here. Not every white person is living in the life of Riley. What is he saying? There's only 14% of the population is black. Maybe 16%, depending on the census you look at. Sure as hell ain't 30. They make you think it is, because that's where the high density areas are in New York. It's around 30% or so black. But in the country, it's about 14 to 16%. That's it. And declining. But they all have to be in all the districts. Why not have the skill sets, build the businesses, and rise up socioeconomically instead of saying it's white privilege? Meanwhile, every single white, black, Indian, no matter what the race is, you can learn anything for free. Anything now. Because of the internet. Because of the library. Oh, it's systemic racism that we have to read. We just want to jump around like a jungle bunny. No, you got to plug into the society. It's about God, country, and family. It's about working hard and plugging into the system and doing your part instead of asking for a handout because of some sort of past wrong. Was there a past wrong? Yeah, there was. Was it corrected? Yes. Does that mean that everyone deserves to be living in a multi-million-dollar home? No. You got to put the effort in. And sometimes you need luck. Sometimes it doesn't work out. You have to try again and try again and try again. But here, he's pushing, there must be systemic racism. And then the next round, when we start having the control of the House by the Democratic Party and maybe even the executive branch, maybe in 4 years, maybe not. But when that does happen, they're going to push reparations again. Now, I'm sure it'll go to the Supreme Court and it'll be found that it's illegal. It's racist. But there's a big problem right there. This country is not racist anymore. Was it? Yeah. But there's more opportunity. There's more, if they put the effort in, companies want to hire people of color because it would add to the diversity of their corporation. But they've tried that with the DEI, but they found out that these people don't have the skill sets that they need. Well, the answer isn't giving them the job. The answer is go back and try again. Learn them. Learn the skills. Learn the behaviors. Get inculcated. And then maybe you rise up. Now, maybe it takes another generation. Maybe not. But the thing is that we're living in a world that is colorblind now, not racist.
It's not like we're equally distributed.
Right.
And it's not like the population.
Why does it need to be equally distributed? Why? Are Protestants equally distributed relative to Catholics? Are Jews equally distributed to non-Jews? Why does it have to be equally distributed? And you're talking about a population that's only 14 to 16% of the country.
think that the political side of it, you correctly bring up, Alec, is that it will, in many ways, give Republicans a majority that would almost be impenetrable over a period of a short period of time. And I think that's the political motive behind it.
And then the other thing to think about if you're not in Louisiana is that if this goes the wrong way at the Supreme Court, it will trigger this non-racial,
It goes the wrong way. Think about what he just said. Goes the wrong way. Like Allie Velshi has more wisdom than the sages of the Supreme Court if it goes the wrong way. Wait a minute. We have 3 branches of government. It's called the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. The highest court in the land is the Supreme Court. And they sit and deliberate and think about issues based on their different jurisprudence perspectives, all right? And then reach a certain conclusion. Now, not every justice will agree. In most cases, they don't. But who the hell is Allie Velshi to say that the Supreme Court may be doing it the wrong way? What? What? This is the problem. This is the problem with the liberals. If they don't get what they want, they bitch. Yet that's the way our system works. Our system with the Supreme Court, they make the final decision. This is legal, this is not legal, and this is why. But if they make it, they do the wrong decision. How does the Supreme Court justice make a wrong decision? They make a decision. They have facts and you may disagree with it, but it's not right or wrong. It's their decision. It's not up to him to think that it's wrong. Now he has the freedom of speech to say whatever he wants. He has also the freedom to be a stupid idiot. But this is the problem with the mainstream media. They push, the conservative court in the Supreme Court may view this wrong, and therefore they're systemic racist. The conservatives are racist. These people are living in a different world.
The nation and will disenfranchise Black and brown voters and, frankly, Democratic voters across the nation in some cases.
So what?
It will have a ripple effect all over the nation, not only in voting, but it will have therefore in other areas. And we already see the Trump administration.
Let me get this straight. Allie Velshi is so worried about this. But he's not talking about the fake census that was going on with the illegal immigrants and how the Democratic Party held more seats than they deserved. These certain states held more seats in representation. New York is becoming overrepresented in the House based on population. This is the reason why Trump is saying, let's do a new census. Because there were funny things that were going on with it. No, the world is all racist. But he won't focus on, well, what about the illegal activity that was going on with the census? So the Democrats could maintain power, maintain the number of seats in these blue states like New York. I don't know if this problem is in California too, but I suspect it is. No, it's all racism. No, it's about power, Velshi. It's about power. It's about the Democratic Party trying to maintain power at all costs, and they know they've been fudging the numbers. They know they've been flipping votes. They know that they've been playing around with voter rolls. and mail-in ballots, playing games with the census. They know it's not about racism, Belshi. It's about power. It's about power.
EI with diversity, equity, and inclusion. What they're really doing is trying to bring us back to pre-1954 America, where what was normalized was separate and unequal. And that's what's at stake here. That is why this decision by this court is vital, because
what? Separate and unequal? They can get, it's easier for a black person to get into school because of disparate theory. They can have a worse SAT score, and you have a higher chance of getting into a good school if you're black versus white. Now, I would say that that's racism. Now, it's really rich for a multimillionaire to tell you that we're going to be going back to the 1950s. See, he keeps on living in this world as if blacks have not risen up socioeconomically. There are more millionaires, blacks, now than ever before in the history of the United States. And it will continue to grow. But the thing is that the ones that haven't climbed the socioeconomic ladder and have stayed in, you know, the middle class or in poverty, they need to pull up the bootstraps and work hard and learn. And it may take a generation, but if they work hard and they build businesses, they get their kids raised properly and have God, country, and family affinity, and they have a strong work ethic, they'll be successful. It may take another generation to do it. But the thing is that this is a country of pluralism. And he wants to pretend that we're still in pre-civil liberties America. We're not. We're not. And when you had all these provisions to try to protect a certain class of people, a certain race of people, because of racism in a prior epoch, well, it's gotten to the point where you no longer need those provisions anymore because we are a pluralist society. The zeitgeist is changed. It's changed. Sharpton, Alan Sharpton, Reverend Sharpton, it's a new zeitgeist. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Keep on pounding the table saying it's racism. Keep on pounding the table you need reparations. Keep on pounding the table that you need more provisions from the government. Don't tell those kids to pull up their pants. Don't tell those kids to brush their teeth. And don't tell those kids to go to school.
Effect will then go in many other areas, but the most important area of voting would be seriously impaired.
So for a lot of my viewers, they will remember the 2023 Supreme Court decision striking down race-based college admissions. Louisiana argued at the time, reminding justices of their own words. They said eliminating racial discrimination means eliminating all of it. Louisiana argued, quote, there is no safe harbor for racial discrimination the government deems to be good discrimination. The Constitution orders no quarter, relentless enforcement of the belief that our Constitution is colorblind, end quote. That is a largely discredited view. Most people who read the Constitution will understand it may be colorblind because they didn't say it, but it wasn't colorblind.
It wasn't colorblind, and the people writing it were very color conscious, and in many cases bigoted themselves. The fact is, and I remember that I was in the courtroom, John Lewis, Jesse Jackson, all of us was there.
I have an ancestor that actually was the signator for New Jersey for the Constitution, so I know the subject a little bit. Oh, by the way, he also fought in the Revolution. the bottom line was this. They needed to consolidate the 13 colonies into a new government, and to be able to get some of those colonies on board to sign, they needed to kick the can down the road about the issue of race. And eventually, it reared its head in the Civil War, which my ancestors fought also on the Union side. So the founders and the delegation that was drafting up the Constitution and its civil liberties, the Bill of Rights, were very conscious of the issues that the country still needed to come to terms with when it came to slavery and whites and blacks in race relations. But they also had the wisdom to realize that the country will get through at some point in the future where they would solve that problem. But it was more important, using the 80-20 rule, to amalgamate the 13 colonies and that confederacy that into a one government. Now, of course, there was the balance of the states' rights and the federal rights, and how much of the federal government should have power, and that's the whole battle between Hamilton and Jefferson. And how much federalism should there be? And over time, that balanced out. But we are at that point now. We're at that zeitgeist where we are colorblind. But people are tired of hearing about XYZ feels like they're not getting their fair due because of some sort of systemic bullshit. If these blacks wanted to live in a nicer place, they're going to need to make more money. To make more money, you need to build businesses. To make more money, you need to get more educated. To make more money, you need to climb up the social ladder in corporate. And there are far more blacks now in corporate America than there were 30 years ago, or 40 years ago, or 50 years ago. Get real, man. I mean, the world is much different, and we're a pluralistic society. But we're also a society that's getting fed up with this wokeism. We're getting fed up with this the people that were on the front lines of the civil liberties movement. I mean, L. Sharpton was right on the front line. All right? So he represents a generation that did have a problem with race. But we're not there now. So he's just a holdover. He's a holdover. And he represents the black constituency, pushing on liberal media, saying, Democrats, you need to band together and protect these black rights. So we maintain power. He's just a talking head for the Democratic Party now. But they roll him out because he represents an era that is bygone. It's a bygone era. A lot of the stuff he's saying made sense in the 1950s and 1960s. Sure as hell don't make sense in 2025. I mean, think about that. Think about that. Some of the problems that he's talking about in the 1950s and the early 60s, that was a long time ago. Long time ago. Long time ago. A lot has happened. And once people like him exit the stage and die off, you're actually going to see a more homeostasis in the United States and a more pluralistic. But you have these dogs barking up the tree, the racism tree, because they got this mindset that we're still living in the 1950s or the 1960s.
From the arguments when they dealt with 4 and 5. The fact of the matter is
trying
to deal with institutional historical.
See, the fact of the matter is, Al Sharpton, Reverend, the zeitgeist has changed.
Amnesia when they're trying to act like everything started fair and equal, and therefore anything done differently is discrimination. It is not discrimination, it's to correct discrimination.
This is the voting equivalent of get
grit, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawful.
Growing your business shouldn't mean growing your overhead. Growth should be seamless with AI-driven workflows built for the way you work.
This is the voting equivalent of getting rid of affirmative action in the colleges. By the way, not just Republican-led states. The Trump administration has also directly attempted to meddle in state election processes throughout all of this. You were talking about this as well. It's all but gutted the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, which oversees voting rights, and installed Harmeet Dillon, a lawyer with a track record of arguing against voting rights, to lead it. It dropped Biden-era lawsuits that were aimed at restoring the rights of disenfranchised voters. This administration has even sued states over how they vet voters and for not handing over voter registration information. That's a lot, but it's important. It's not just districts. It's all those you made a reference to, counting the jelly beans in a jar, sort of like we're metaphorically bringing the jelly beans back.
We're bringing the jelly beans back, and they're trying to twist the top of the jar tight where we can't open it back up again, which is why the movements that's going on around the country, from No Kings to what we did on Wall Street, becomes important, because it was that kind of activism that got us the Voting Rights Act in the first place. And people need to understand that they get away with it with voting rights as they're using blacks in Louisiana as the target. It will ripple into women's right to vote and to trans rights and LGBTQ, on and on and on. What?
What's wrong with just them having affinity to God, country, and family, and working hard and putting in their time and moving up the ladder, saving money, and stop being a P.D. You look at most blacks, in the inner city, and they are heavily influenced by the rap culture, and that's the reason why they're not doing well socioeconomically. So they'll rather listen to Tupac, P. Diddy, and that lifestyle than listen to Mozart. Don't you think that's a problem? They'd rather watch TikTok videos than read Plato. Don't you think that's a problem? They'd rather listen to Ali Velshi interview Al Sharpton, telling them you need to riot in the streets and demand your freebies by government. And if you don't get them, burn down the town. Than actually going to the library and learning a skill. There's the problem right there.
You start this train rolling of rolling back rights, everybody's rights will be crashed and be under the train wheels.
And that's the important part about understanding this particular topic, which is why I'm so glad that you joined us, Rev. Always good to see you. Thank you for being with us. The Reverend Al Sharpton is the host of MSNBC's Politics.
Thank you.
He's the president and founder of the National Action Network.
Yeah, multi-millionaire, but he's going to tell the black that they're down and out and they need reparations. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lignans. Lignans will help with your immune system and your endocrine system, bring down inflammation, soak up free radicals. This is super important to take, especially during the fall and the winter. Turmeric. It's going to bring down those pro-inflammatory cytokines and soak up free radicals. Very important for your cardiovascular system, your immune system, brain function, and for the fall and winter. Ashwagandha root controls cortisol levels, brings down blood glucose levels. Super important to bring down that inflammation and help your immune system, your vascular system. Stack these. It's a powerful stack to help bring down inflammation that will help with your brain function and protect those neurons, help with your vascular system, reduce plaque formation, and boost up that immune system. And especially, take my advice, take this during the fall and the winter to be prepared and to weather the storm that's coming. So please take my advice. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. The C60. C60 is a very strong, very potent antioxidant. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. But take a teaspoon a day, every day. And what this will do is soak up free radicals and help with the health of your cells to perform better, less stress at the cellular level. And by soaking up those free radicals, your mitochondria is going to be healthy. Your mitochondria will be healthy, producing more ATP. You're going to have more energy. By soaking up those free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing the concentration of oxidized LDL, so you're reducing plaque formation. That's super important for your vascular system. By bringing down stress at the neural level, you're maintaining the myelin sheath of the neuron, maintaining the health of the neuron, helping the mitochondria in the neuron. You'll have more energy in the neuron, and you'll be able to have neurotransmitters produced in that neuron and help with that neuroplasticity. So you're thinking faster and you have better memory, better cognitive function. Super important. So take the C60 every day, boost up that immune system, that endocrine system, help with your cardiovascular health and your other tissues. So please go to my store, take this every day. I've been taking C60 since 2016. It's part of my anti-aging protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. That's the broadcast for today. Don't fall into the trap of Alan Sharpton. He's a bullshit artist. And he benefited greatly by being a bullshit artist. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.